Hello, what's up, everybody? What's up, 10 bucks, JR, Firdon, Enktar, Sorrow here, Vicarian, Primus, Heroes and Diamonds, Sirius Black. Hope everybody's doing good. It is Thursday. We're about to play some Mass Effect. If the EA app pleases. It says preparing the game, and it's been saying that for a minute at this point. There we go. Fucking EA, man. Okay. It's still not opening. It doesn't say preparing the game anymore. Oh, come on. Time to update the app. At least it seems pretty small. 50%. The devil. 75. Applying, okay. That one's stuck on 0. I'm just giving you like a play-by-play of the EA app updating. That's the only thing I can do at this point. What's up, Viper? Egg. Thank you for the raid. Oh, 50%. It what? Oh, okay. Well, went from 0 to 50 to disappearing. Hopefully, that's a good kind of disappearing. We are few but mighty. I appreciate that. What were you playing today, Egg? Okay, the app is launching. As you can probably see the reflections on my face. Fortnite? Hell yeah. I played some Fortnite yesterday. I actually won my first game with other humans. Because I explained yesterday that I started playing Fortnite for the first time ever. And I won the first 2 games, but those were bot lobbies. And then I started getting placed into player lobbies, and like I don't know, first 3 games I was kind of like getting blasted, you know. And then I was like, okay, I'm gonna slow down, I'm gonna lock in. I won my first game. I think it's a mixed lobby. I think there's still like a mix of bots and new players, which is probably a good way to do it. But for sure, some of them were role players, and for sure, some of them were bots, based on their behavior. Casual lobbies are mixed with bots. Okay, that makes sense then. Yeah, because I had a really intense fight when there were 3 people left, like really intense. Like you could tell we were trying to play around, like rotating, positioning on high grounds for the circle and all that, staying under cover. Like it was really intense. I won by the skin of my teeth, as I think the expression says, with barely any HP left. And then the last person that was still alive was a bot that was just hitting with a pickaxe on a tree or something in no build. So that was pretty funny. Oh yeah. I'm already a big fan of the gloves, Egg, and that uppercut is busted. You just throw people in the air and then just kill them before they hit the ground. What's up, Eugene? What's up, Aquatic? What's up, Miss Pookims? Doing good today. How are you? We were just talking about how I just started playing Fortnite for the first time. I don't know why. I've been on a battle royale kick lately, very recently. I've been on a shooter kick generally. I've been mostly playing shooters off stream. Let's see that. Yeah, I've heard about the Cairn shirt update. That looks pretty cool. I wouldn't mind getting a shirt of my first run and only run. That might use more ink than they would like. They've been all over the place. What's up, Rob? How are you doing today? Is it any good for old farts like us? I mean, I'm having fun, so I don't know how much I'm gonna stick to it, but I'm probably not gonna play PUBG. PUBG I tried back in the day, back when it first like sort of came out. I don't know, not a huge fan. I've installed. Currently, I'm going through the process of like trying several games out. I think I've installed Call of Duty or Warzone this morning. I think Warzone's gonna be the next. Ideally, like that's the problem. The only reason why I'm playing BRs is because I was watching old streams of the Happy Hub playing Warzone. Ideally, I would play original Warzone, like it was back in the day. Solos, clean, you know, no shiny, bright cosmetics all over the place. Just a cool, you know, sort of standard BR video game. That doesn't exist anymore. But I want to try what the new Warzone looks like in this day and age. I want to see how it feels and if I can find some fun there. Otherwise, I'll be happy to free the 120 gigs. And then I'll probably try Apex. I've actually tried, like, I don't know, maybe like 3 hours of Apex about 1.5 years ago or something. But I didn't stick to it. I might give it another try. It seems like a fun game. I wasn't in a shooter mood at the time. Now I am. I've been playing so much Marathon. And so much Tarkov. But Tarkov's, I mean, since, like, I don't know, the pandemic, Tarkov has been just a game. I mean, I played a shit ton of Tarkov during the pandemic and then left it alone for a few years, and now I got back into it a little bit. Mostly PvE though. I'm not, in Tarkov specifically, I'm not interested in PvP anymore. I did enough of that during lockdowns. Yeah, I didn't think I would like it. I figured, my thought was legitimately I need to just scratch the itch. I'm gonna play the game and I'm probably gonna hate it. Turns out it's a pretty cool game. I understand why it's that popular. I hate everything about the lobby, and you know, it feels like I'm being advertised to constantly. Every time I look at the shop, I'm like, you know, it makes me want to gouge my eyes out. There's a Kim Kardashian skin right now that's on sale apparently. I don't really understand. I'm too old for this. I don't know, like I understand at this point Fortnite's not just a gamer thing, it's like a cultural phenomenon. So, you know, there's people from all walks of life. But I'm like, I didn't think gamers would be interested in playing Kim Kardashian in their video game. Oh yeah, I'm gonna look like Kim K. That sounds like a cool character I want to bring to a battle royale. But at this point, I guess Fortnite is that big, right? It's that much of a phenomenon that everyone plays it. So, of course, some people will want that. What's up, Eric? Name an IP, the skin's probably in the game. Disco Elysium. It's not. I'm fairly certain it's not. You can't say stuff like that. I will always find a response. Probably just doing a lot of heavy lifting. Yeah. Oh, don't get me wrong, JR. I think I could see it. I think it would totally work. I just don't, you know, I know it's not. But I think it would work, yeah. Just at work as always, don't do it. I've done it, Bookims, it's too late, but yeah. Oh, come on, you can't talk, you're a Marvel Rivals main. If you play Marvel Rivals, you have no ground to stand on to criticize anyone else gaming. Okay. No, Marvel Rivals is a pretty cool game. I played it for a good couple months back when it came out. When was that? Like around winter 2024 or something. It was fun. I think it's a very well put together game. I don't know. Team shooters. I don't know. I need a little bit more. Like the sort of arena team shooter thing feels too restrictive for me. I like bigger environments. I like stakes. I like, you know, if I die, it means something, you know. That's just me. If you look at the rear view of Kim K's skin, you'll understand why it's there. Tracer from Overwatch 2. Well, yeah, but there is a horde of video game characters that fit the same bill, you know. Like, if what I'm trying to say is, you know, if I was working in a video game as a consultant and you were like, hey, we're making new skins for our video game and we want something for all the Gunner boys out there, should we bring Kim Kardashian or should we bring Eve from Stellar Blade? I'd be like, well, I mean, Stellar Blade's you know, it's a gaming thing, so bring that. I feel like it would appeal to gamers more. But no, Fortnite was like, you know what? We'll bring Kim K and Ariana Grande. It just... Listen, I grew up in the 80s and 90s, you know, when I first started playing video games. It's hard for me to understand that the hobby for which I was being bullied when I was a kid is now that mainstream. It's hard for me to understand. But I get it. I get, you know. With the understanding that Fortnite is now that big, I get it. You know, it makes sense. I mean, when I was a teacher in like 2016 or so, when, you know, when Fortnite first really exploded and Ninja got really big and all that stuff, I could see the phenomenon happening. I could see it happening because every fucking kid in my class was talking about Fortnite and the time they were spending after doing their homework, you know, for some of them, instead of doing their homework, hanging out in Fortnite and doing, you know, just hanging out in there. To me, that was, when I noticed that, I was like, holy, this reminds me of like World of Warcraft, when WoW first got huge, and it was more than just a game, it was a social hangout spot for nerds. Except Fortnite had that little, you know, that added element of like, it's not just for nerds. Everyone's getting in there. And it was pretty impressive. It was pretty impressive to see. There's still a lot more game source skin than real life celebs. Yeah. Although if you look at the most used ones, they're mostly, all of them are from like the, what they call the Icon series. For whatever reason, one of the biggest one is Travis Scott. It's one of the most played skins in the game. I was looking at that yesterday because I was just, you know, I didn't know much about that entire part of the game. I was just looking it up. Lots of cartoons and TV shows, yeah. The Malachas, some Nibiru, what's up, Muns? There's no Commander Shepard skin in the game, that's true. Oh, you meant in general, okay. Yeah, no, I was just thinking of Fortnite specifically. Isn't Kim Kardashian dating Lewis Hamilton now? I saw memes about Lewis Hamilton disqualified for ignoring red flags. That's funny. I don't know. I don't know anything about anyone's dating life except mine, and there's nothing to know about, so. But yeah, someone mentioned it earlier. Like, big news from Bungie today. They're stopping active development on Destiny 2, which, you know, the end of a pretty long journey on that front. The way the post is worded makes me believe that they're, you know, they're starting Destiny 3 or have started Destiny 3, but they can't announce it yet because they want to keep that for a big, you know, Game Awards reveal or whatever, right? But that's what some of the phrasing in the post makes me believe. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the plan. I don't think Marathon's taking all of Bungie's, you know, developing power. It's not that big of a game. Maybe they're on some, like, doing some Halo stuff? I don't know. There could be a resurgence, but I don't... Isn't the Halo stuff, like, from a different team now? I don't know. I haven't been following much of that stuff. We were just talking about it at tournament. I got my first win with real players yesterday. It was nice. I don't know. I don't know how, you know, how long I'm gonna play it, but it's fun. In slightly smaller news, I hit affiliate today. Hey, nice. Congratulations. I trust you screamed nerds as you won. I don't remember what I said. I think I must have... I mean, I was playing by myself. I was just chilling. I probably said nothing. The real question is, how fast did you buy the Kim K skin? I did not. Although, I mean, you know, the skin in itself, pretty decent. There's a few combination of elements you can make it look pretty good. I just... If it was a randomly named character, I would be like, yeah, that's a cool skin. I'm just not a fan of Kim K, I guess. I don't know, there's something a little unpleasant about her whole person. I mean, I don't know her personally, of course. Just like her public persona, I guess, is a little... I don't know. Doesn't do it for me. How much do these cost? I don't know. It's a bunch of, like, virtual currency that you have to buy, right? So, like, someone would need to do the conversion. I don't know, 20 bucks or something, I guess? I don't know. I'm not clear on what she actually does aside from existing. Well, she's probably some, you know, an entrepreneur of some kind. As most people with generational wealth are. I don't think that's specific to her. I mean, listen, if I had generational wealth, I would do the same thing. Like, don't get me wrong. I would also be an entrepreneur and invest my money into various ventures. So, no judgment from me there. Yeah, DJ, well, you know, welcome to our late game capitalistic society. Late stage. Yeah, at least it's video games. It's providing entertainment for people. There are worse ways to make money. I'm not, you know, again, you know my opinion on live service games and microtransactions and all that stuff, but well, I mean, that's what it appears, at least, Sorrow, but here's the thing, we don't know them, right? If I was a celebrity, you probably wouldn't know very much about my actual personality either. Because I wouldn't want the entire world to scrutinize me, right? I'd probably be pretty private and people would think I would have no personalities. Being super famous sounds like a nightmare. Yep, I agree. But at the end of the day, she's a person like all of us. She has children, she has interests, hobbies, friends, hopes and dreams, nightmares, fears. We just don't get to know that. And it's not our business to know, right? And I mean, you know, just to be clear, it's totally fine to be irked by her public persona. That would, like I said earlier, you know, there's something about her public persona that I don't vibe with, you know. But I think it's important to separate that from like judgment on the actual person, who she probably is, you know, because that we don't know. We don't get to know that. What's up, Battery? How are you doing today? All right, Egg. Enjoy that. Gotta take care of yourself. And yeah, we'll definitely make it off the ship tonight. In fact, I'm about to go in there because I do wanna get back to the plan, which was back to the Citadel for clearing some of the stuff, because we need to talk to a few people at the Citadel for requests, and then we're gonna be coming back to. We're done here, right? Yeah. I'm pretty sure I cleared everything before I got to the main quest. So we're gonna go back to the Citadel, do a little, you know, resupply for the ship. I wish that was a thing, like you had to manage like the crew's, you know, needs and travel supplies and have to go back to the Citadel to. That would be fun. It would be a fun part of the journey. But you know, that's just me. I like minimal survival mechanics. And then we're gonna stop to the Argos Row system on the way to Pharos. I think that's the plan. I think that's the plan. I don't know. Oh man. Hades, Gamma. I need to keep track of the places that I've explored, because the game doesn't do a very good job at that. Hold on. Systems explored. I'm making a list of the systems that I've explored. The Hades Gamma Cluster, and then the Artemis Tau Cluster. Hades Gamma, Artemis Tau. Or rather than systems, clusters. Because I want to make sure... Or should I make... Well, no, okay. It's easier to do it that way, I think. Because I can make the list of all the systems and then check them out. But... I think it's easier to write down those that I have explored. I mean, the end result's the same, right? But... yeah, so those two are clean. Nice. It's like, I don't know, maybe some of these are just there for, you know, random exploration. Maybe they not all of them have quests, although I would imagine they do, but... It's interesting that they're all so far away from the Citadel, though. Like, the Citadel's on this very distant... Then where is... I don't know if that's the Attican Traverse, like that general half of the galaxy. And up here would be the Terminus sector. We don't really know enough about the place. I haven't played the X series Nova Terma, but I've heard of it. Yeah, let's go back to the Serpent Nebula and the Citadel. I think I'm ready for it. What a cool location for the Citadel. It's weird to already go back to the Citadel. It feels like it's too early, but we have stuff to do there, so... Comment about management made me think of it, yeah. Yeah, for me it would be one of those things where, you know, I like the game the way it is, but in every game, like you know how I am. I like preparation, I like inventory management, I like resources management. All those things almost always add something to a game for me. So having to deal like with supplies and preparing for, you know, travels, and to me it would make the game even more interesting. But, you know, on an objective, you know, from an objective point of view, it'd probably make the game less focused.
Commander, something you need?
I have to go.
All right, see you.
Yeah, no, I don't need anything. Thank you, Joker. Just about to go on the Citadel. Oh! Yeah, let's do Liara, because she's never been on the Citadel with us yet. So I'll take Liara, and... we need to go see Kowaku, which is, you know, he's an alliance military. Maybe Ashley? Maybe Garrus, you know, CSEC veteran. Oh, geez. Okay, Liara is full biotics. Interesting. I'm excited to see what that looks like. So a balanced team would be Tali, Liara, and me, actually. Would be pretty balanced. Everyone maxed in their own skills. If Kenshi had a story, it would be peak gameplay. Yeah, Kenshi is a pretty cool game. Like, to me, I'm thinking of, like, Cairn, right? Cairn would have been a great game if it was only the climbing, without all the survival elements. It would already be a great game. For me, all these added elements of preparation and having to manage your resources and all that made the game so much better than it would have been if it was just about the climbing. That part was what was the most exciting for me. I am a sucker for resource management. I don't know. I'm gonna bring Ashley. We haven't been hanging out with Ashley very much. Outside of the ship.
Equalizing interior pressure with exterior atmosphere. Logged. The commanding officer is ashore. Exo Presley has the deck.
Nice. I don't like... See, in this case... I wish my helmet wouldn't show. Because I'm on the Citadel. I don't need to be full, you know, fully equipped. I kind of wish you could explore the Citadel in your quote-unquote casual wear. Like the one we have on the ship.
CSEC seems more like a military operation than a police force.
Did you know Citadel Security is the largest multi-species law enforcement agency in Council space?
I don't know. Maybe I did. Did the Codex tell me about that?
The Citadel is an...
Maybe I knew. I'm not sure. Ashley has a bunch of points. Auto level up. Advanced Carnage. Fitness unlocked. Sniper rifles unlocked. Assassination. Okay. Okay. Liara, 38 points. She's an Asari scientist. Liara's background allows her to maximize her biotic abilities. Reduces recharge time of biotics, improve health, restored, and recharge time on squad healing. Okay. Singularity. Projects a sphere of dark energy that creates an intense Mass Effect field. Nearby enemies and objects will be drawn into the singularity, unable to escape its gravitational pull. Okay, that sounds really sick. You pull them all together and then you just, I don't know, grenade the whole pack or warp the whole pack. That sounds pretty sick. Okay, she will get a bunch of abilities. Stasis lift. Yeah, some of them we know from Rex and Hayden. It does seem like Singularity is unique to her, though. Wow, she's already maxed out on Asari Scientist. Very nice. And very cool. Now, in terms of equipment, let's see. Oh, I already checked their equipment. Yeah. Right. Alright, so where do we need to go? We need to talk to... What's her name? Nasana? Nasana at the lounge. And we need to talk to Kaoku at the tower. Rear Admiral Mikhailovich. What do you want?
Tin Hut!
At ease. Rear Admiral Mihailovic, 5th Fleet.
Uh-oh. Are we in trouble? This is a surprise. Salute. What do you want? I'm gonna salute. He's a superior. Pretty sure.
Commander Shepard, SSV Normandy.
You don't know who I am, do you, Commander? I command the 63rd Scout Flotilla. You and the Normandy were slated for my unit after shakedown. Then the Council got their paws, claws, tentacles, whatever. They got them on our ship and you.
Oh my god. Is there any member of the Alliance military that does not have some latent racism? Yeah, Shepard. Think of it as an opportunity. I had orders. I don't like it either. This is so corporate speak. Think of it as an opportunity. I had orders. I mean, I don't think he's blaming me. So I don't know if I need to defend myself for that. I'll just go with think of it as an opportunity.
I still serve the Alliance, sir. As a Spectre, I can advance our interests to the Council.
You still know what color your blood is, Shepard? I don't begrudge the politician's decision to throw you to the Council. It's an opportunity.
Yeah, that's my
I do
line.
begrudge this over-designed piece of tin, though.
Whoa. Okay, listen. Sir, with all due respect. What's up, Risa? What's up, Clemeno? Careful, Clemeno, with the rules of the channels, please. No, absolutely no in-game information whatsoever. Yeah, with all due respect, shut the fuck up, sir. My ship's not an over-designed piece of tin. I'm very tempted to say that. Don't insult my ship. I'm very protective of the Normandy. You can threaten me, you can curse my alien guests, you can even denounce the Council, but you cannot insult my ship. Yeah, I agree with that. You can be mean to my friends. Not my ship. What's his problem with the ship anyway? If he thinks it's an over-designed piece of tin, he shouldn't be worried about the fact that he doesn't get to play with it. Which is, I hope, what the I don't understand line goes towards. But I'm also very tempted to just, you know, confront him about it. What's up, Gruckle? What's up, Zia? I don't know how confrontational I want to get with a high-ranking officer of the Alliance is all. Even though my natural response would be this one. You know what? I'm gonna go with that. I'm gonna show that Admiral Mikhailovich that he can't just, I'm a Spectre. Can't just, you can't just talk to my ship that way.
This ship saved our lives a dozen times over.
An exaggeration. I've read your reports. This
Okay.
experiment diverted billions from our appropriations bills. For the same price, we could have had a heavy cruiser. But no, we had to make nice to the Turians, throw money at a co-developed boondoggle. I'm here to make an inspection, Commander.
Whoa.
Normandy is an Alliance warship. I intend to see she's up to snuff.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that inspection business, Rear Admiral. You can inspect that rear. I'm sure he has a job to do. I think he's being really weird about it. I don't know. I don't know if I'm keen on letting that guy board my ship after that exchange. If he had been like super polite about it, like, hey, I've been tasked by the Alliance to do an inspection of the ship, make sure everything's cool. Maybe I would have been like, yeah, fine. But if you're gonna talk trash about my ship and then want to be invited on board, I don't know. I'm not sure. This is fun though. I like that, you go to the Citadel for a completely different reason, and then you get a distraction thrown at you that way. Makes the game feel very what's the word I'm looking for? Alive, organic. Like it organically, flows around you. It doesn't feel rigid. What's up, Locust? I intend to see if she's up to snuff. I could just go with she is and see what happens of that. I don't need to be rude to him necessarily. Or I can invite him on board and let him do his job, and the faster we do that, the faster this will be over, right? It's interesting that he's bothered about the Alliance spending a fortune on the ship instead of another bigger ship, but then he's still interested in what she can do. I don't know, it almost sounds suspicious. I'm gonna go with she is. I'm gonna skirt the line here, there, and see what happens.
I'm sure you'll find everything in order, Admiral.
Oh,
I'll just bet.
God damn it!
Wait here. I won't be long.
That was not what I was hoping. I was hoping I was just telling him.
Commander, I'm not happy.
I was hoping that I was just telling him that, she was in order. That's fine. That's fine. After all, I'm still part of the Alliance. He's still technically my superior. I'm not happy. Sorry? About what? I bet. About what?
What did you find out of order?
Who designed that CIC? Putting the commander aft of everyone else is inefficient. What if he needs to discuss with the operators toward the bow?
We can't fix that. Personal radios, so we're trained for it, or it's Turian design. Which he's probably not gonna like if we mention the Turian design. Enjoying a cold Malibu coconut rum with cold chocolate milk. That's an interesting combination. I remember liking Malibu when I was a teenager. Never thought of mixing it with chocolate milk though. I think I'm gonna go with it's a Turian design and see what he has to say about that.
Modified Turian style. They prefer commanders looking over their subordinates rather than in the middle of them. We wanted to see how effectively they can command with that setup.
Reasonable goal, but they should have studied that in a lab rather than on a frontline warship. I had to shake my head at that drive core of yours. 120 billion credits at element 0 to make this thing able to move without giving itself away.
I mean,
you realize we could make drive cores for 12,000 fighters with that money? What good is it to hide for a few hours anyway? Useless.
what do you mean? Stealth is like... Okay. This guy is a bit of a, you know... Saying that stealth is not as useless as a... But, like, what good is a bunch of more fighters if they get blasted by a, you know... I don't know. To me, it seems like stealth has a lot of value. There's a reason why actual real-life military invested so much in, you know, stealth bombardier and fighters. We're fast too. Give it a chance. A lot of money. It's useful. Do you read history? I love that answer. Do you even read, sir? Yeah, like with stealth you can get information that will be so much more valuable than any number of fighters. You could have information that literally prevents a war in making the 12k fighters completely useless. I mean, I'm not, you know, ideally you would have both, right? I understand. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of but Admiral Mikhailovich. 12k stealth fighter, yeah, now we're talking. Also, there's no price you can put on experimentation and finding, you know, testing new technologies. What if in the future we can actually make stealth fighters? Right, because of the testing we've done with the Normandy and stuff like that. You can't put a price tag on that. The value there is insane. I think he's a little. No, I think I'm gonna go with do you read history because I think it's such a funny answer. But also it's kind of how I feel. I'm like, are you completely daft? Like, do you not realize the value of this stuff? Like, I don't want to be rude to the guy, but please, he needs to get his head out of his rear. Yo, Egg, thank you for the tier 1 subscription. I appreciate the support. Egg. You will be remembered. You can have my memory, it's terrible anyway. I feel that. Okay, I'm gonna go with do you read history?
Men of limited vision said the same thing about early aircraft, submarines, and tanks.
There's two ways I could take that, Commander, but that is true. I suppose the early U-boats weren't much better. And we need to talk about your crew, Commander.
Okay.
Krogan? Asari? Turians? What are you thinking, Commander? You can't allow alien nationals free access to Alliance equipment?
I was worried Ashley would have something to say about that. Oh, I'm so mad that I don't have the option there. That's my choice to make. That would have been my answer. I would have shut that down real quick. But unfortunately, my intimidate level is not that high. He's really vibing with Ashley, though. They have the same thoughts about, you know. I appreciate that, Egg. Thank you. Glad to have you. I mean, I'm gonna go with their allies, because that, yeah, they're allies. Not only their species, but also the members of our teams.
Between Saren and the Geth, we have enough enemies out here. Treating other species with suspicion and distrust won't win hearts and minds.
That assumes the hearts and minds are worth winning. That hasn't been proven yet. You have anything else to say, Commander? Any other justifications for the state of this vessel?
Oh, damn it. I don't have access to any of the options there. We need to kick ass. We need to build bridges. No. I think no is fine. I don't have anything to justify to you, Rear Admiral Mikhailovich. And my aura is too low, even though I'm fucking maxed. Well, I mean, maxed. I'm, you know, I have as much point in that as I can. But I guess that's the price I pay for sort of being on the fence, right? If I was maybe maxed, you know, if I only had Paragon points, maybe I could have put a couple more points in there, or the other way around. Or if I came back here later. Yeah, I think the stash should give me automatic, you know, access to all those options. Staring at him for a few minutes, then just replying no is a power move too. Yeah, but I'm worried that no is not going to be the tone that I'm hoping it is. I just want it to be like a no discussion, you know, like just no. I don't need to justify myself to you, sir. But I don't think that's the tone it's gonna go for.
None, sir.
Very well.
Oh,
I don't agree with any of this, but your reasons seem sound. I'll be submitting a report to the Joint Military Council. It will not be as negative as I'd planned. Good hunting, Commander Shepard. Make us proud.
Okay. I think we turned that around pretty nicely. I'm not exactly sure what that entire thing was about, but was that a mission? Let's see. Oh, it doesn't look like it was a specific mission. All right. Well, we're done with that. Oh, man, I still can't put more points in there. I don't know if I cross this, if it's gonna be give me an extra point. I feel like I'm so close. And Ashley's gotten more points in first aid, and Liara is getting more points in singularity. I love that. I can't wait to use that ability. As far as I'm concerned, what do I want? I have 3 to 4 points to spare. I think I'm gonna get assassination. Gonna get 1 point here. And I think put 1 point in Spectre to eventually get to Advanced Unity. That'd be nice, I think. I also do want to get eventually to Advanced Immunity, but I do want to keep a couple points just for that. Does the soldier skill tree offer? Never played soldier. Mostly damage and health, it feels like, and accuracy and all that kind of stuff. Weapon damage. Alright, let's do a hard save. I wonder, I'm really curious what would have happened if I completely failed the, you know, conversation there, maybe. If I didn't have any response or whatever. I'm curious to know what would have happened. Not to the point that I would look it up or anything, but I feel like I got away with something there.
This is quite the view, Commander. So peaceful up here. Very romantic, if you're into that sort of thing.
Okay.
Seeing the ward stretching out before you really makes you appreciate the Citadel as a true wonder of Prothean engineering. It was the Turians who first suggested creating a single organization to maintain order on the Citadel. Perhaps that is why more than half the force is Turian.
Talking about CSEC, yeah.
CSEC seems more like a military operation than a police force.
Okay. Alright, well. Let's see. I wonder if we'll have new elevator stuff now.
All this violence sometimes catches me by surprise. I imagine that your military training prepared you for it, Chief Williams.
Trying to take down a rogue Spectre and his army of synthetics? No, they didn't cover this in basic.
Okay. Little tense between the two of them. Ashley's not being very friendly. Liara's trying. Oh. That person seems to want to talk to me. Every time there's a character that has a name that is just standing there looking at you, usually they want something.
Commander Shepard?
What do you want? Kalisa Al-Jelani. Everyone, see, I come back to the Citadel and everyone wants to talk to me. That's why I didn't want to come back.
Kalisa been seen in Al-Jelani, Westerland News.
Oh.
Would you answer a few questions for our viewers?
Oh shit, an actual journalist. I was okay with Emily Wong because, like, you know, investigative journalists, those people are trying to do good stuff. This feels a lot more like, you know, she's catching me out of nowhere. I'm worried that we're actually live right now. I mean, it depends, I guess.
What sort of questions?
People back home have heard a lot of wild stories about you, Commander. I can give you the chance to set the record straight. What do you say?
I say get stuffed. Hmm. I mean, some topics are classified.
So long as you understand that I may not be able to answer all questions.
I'm sure our viewers will understand.
Oh god.
Humans have been trying to get the respect of the galactic community for 26 years. With that in mind, what are your feelings on being the first human Spectre?
Oh god, I'm being put on the spot right there. Thank god there's no time. Yeah, imagine if this was timed because of the live sort of thing, you know. I mean, it might not be live, maybe there's just recording, but let me think about this. Someone asked earlier, I remember now reading it in chat. I didn't address it at the time. Someone asked if I had played the Telltale games or games with time choices. I haven't played much of the Telltale games. I played the first episode of the first season of The Walking Dead back in the day when it came out. I haven't even played the rest of that season. I should go back to those games eventually. I like those games. I typically like story choice stuff. I played Life is Strange. Some of those choices were timed. And I played the David Cage games. We did a whole David Cage marathon like a year ago or something. Over a year ago, I think. Because, you know, I have opinions about David Cage as a writer, and I wanted to play all of his games on stream. And it was fun. Oh, it was over a year ago, Fryer. I think it was end of 2024? Maybe? Yeah, a lot of those choices were timed, especially like in Detroit, I think. There were a lot of like very urgent decisions to make. Oh, and I also played Until Dawn, which had time choices, for which I would happily pause the game and take my time with. I very notoriously paused the game in very high tension moments of Until Dawn just to take longer to make decisions. Yeah, that was fun. I'm not a huge fan of time choices, as you can imagine. I like thinking about things. So sometimes I'll pause. Sometimes the answer comes immediately. I don't know. Yeah, Fahrenheit was ultimately the worst game, but the funniest of the series. What are you feeling on being the first human Spectre? Honored, it's just another job, it's overdue. I am honored to be the first human Spectre.
The Spectres represent the best of every species in the galaxy. To be asked to join them is an honor.
Some have said your appointment is the Citadel throwing humans a bone. Have you encountered any situations where the Citadel asked you to place its needs before the needs of Earth?
Oh, geez. I mean, honestly, they haven't really asked many things of us yet. You know, this feels like it should happen later in the game. This is too early for this. I've barely started. It's not like that. They don't question me. They know better. I think it's not like that. That's not the way it works.
The Council is concerned with the needs of the whole galactic community. We're part of that community now. Our needs are on their agenda, but we're one of many.
You really do believe that, don't you? You've been given command of an advanced human warship for your missions. Is there anything you'd like to say about it?
This interview is over. She's a fine ship. Time to shut you up. The Turians helped build it. A great human innovation. The Turians helped build it. Yeah, let's give the Turians some credits.
Actually, the Normandy was co-developed by human and Turian engineers. Its design incorporates many innovations, all of which are classified, I'm afraid.
So the Turians have knowledge of the Normandy that is being kept secret from the Alliance public? Do you think it was appropriate to hand Earth's most advanced warship over to the Citadel?
The crew is still Alliance. I command the Normandy. This interview is over. It's only a formality. Time to shut you up. I think I'm gonna try to... I want to avoid being too confrontational because it never looks good, right? If you're... That's what the journalists want. You know, they want to destabilize you. So as long as I stay calm and collected, I think we're gonna come out looking good. I'm just gonna go with the crew is still Alliance there, the Paragon answer.
I wasn't aware it had been handed over to anyone. I'm in command, and last I checked, I'm human. Same goes for my crew.
Human, yes, but you do work for the Citadel now, Commander. One last question, Commander. Rumors back home say you're tracking a rogue Spectre named Saren. Do you have any comment on that?
He was behind Eden Prime. The Council protected him. Time to shut you up. I can't confirm or deny that. This interview is over. I don't really think I can comment on that. It's not my place to disclose military business with random journalists. What's a bed? But I don't know. I wonder, how are these rumors getting leaked? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you know, there were people on Eden Prime, so. I wonder, you know, like if mentioning he was behind Eden Prime might get humans to sort of be like, oh, you know, fuck that asshole. Attacked our colony, go Shepherd, and stuff like that, you know, rallying the public opinion behind us. So there could be an advantage there, but maybe again, I'm not fond of disclosing military business with, you know. Oh yeah, bed. What kind of I mean. You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to, but I'm curious what kind of experiment. What's up, Chipmunk? I don't know. I'm definitely not gonna disparage the council publicly, that's for sure. Yeah, TJ. Yeah, Bed is a new like MK Ultra candidate. Yeah, I'm torn in between he was behind Eden Prime, you know, tried to get the public opinion behind us, or just simply, you know, can't confirm or deny. Not my place to disclose that. I want to test an MR camera. I was supposed to be scanned under different circumstances, but I got so dizzy I vomited as the second scan was about to start. Oh, Sorry that it had adverse effects. Oh man, I don't know. I'm really split between those two. Again, I don't know. I don't know what the intention of the game is. I don't know what the game implies with those responses, right? But if the idea here would be to potentially rally the human opinion behind us, right? By showing them Saren's the enemy. That could have some value, but... And I mean, at the end of the day, I'm a Spectre. I'm given authority to, you know, take some freedoms when it comes to information and all that, of course. I don't know. I don't trust that journalist. It sounded like she was trying to, you know, catch me off guard the entire interview. She wasn't very neutral. I don't feel like, you know, I don't feel like participating anymore. Also, it's probably better if, you know, people don't publicly know exactly what we're doing for the sake of the mission itself. What an interesting choice. I'm gonna go with I can't confirm or deny that. None of anyone's business.
I'm afraid I can't comment on whatever my current assignment may or may not be.
Don't worry, we'll find out. The eyes of Earth are on you. Don't let us down.
Okay.
Thank you for your time, Commander Shepard.
You are welcome, Elisa Al-Jilani. Okay, there's a journal entry there? You agreed to be interviewed by a reporter. Hopefully you came off well. I think we did great. Complete. Nice. Well, okay then. Make another hard save. And proceed. And if we're gonna get interrupted every step of the way, we are not leaving this place very soon.
Binary Helix has settled out of court with a Krogan group that had accused the Genetics Corporation of fraud. The Krogan group had contracted Binary Helix to perform studies with a long-range goal of curing their genetic sterilization. The group later sued for a return of investment money when the study produced no viable results.
Some of these we'll hear several times, but I'm okay with letting them run again. It's a nice little reminder of some of the backstories and lores that are happening. Yeah, bed. Yeah, I mean, video games, you know, have evolved quite a bit in the past 20 years, even though it doesn't feel like that sometimes.
Is there something else I can help you with, Commander?
I should be going now.
Have a pleasant day.
All right, before we go to Nasana here, I will check on. I wonder if Udina is in there and if we can talk to him, and also my Volus and Elcor friends. Yeah. Oh my God, I'm so excited to see Anderson and Udina. Well, Anderson specifically. It's only been like a couple days, technically, since we left the Citadel. Well, actually, I don't know how long space travel is supposed to take in this game. It could be weeks in the scale of the actual game, right? But for us players and viewers, it's been only a few days since we left the Citadel, but it already feels like we've been on a journey. What's up, Din Korlak?
The Earth-Clan Spectre has returned to speak with me.
Goodbye, Ambassador.
Yes, yes. Good day, Earth Clan.
Nothing new to say. Callan!
Surprised welcome. You have returned, human. Genuine inquiry. What may I do for you this day?
Nothing.
Goodbye, Ambassador.
Sincere farewell. Good day to you, human. Enjoy your time on the Citadel.
I want to recruit an Elcor. They look like they could wreak havoc on our enemies. Enraged war enraged war shout. To battle we go. What's up, Maxos? I rewatched Final Fantasy Spirits Within the other day. Today we render better stuff in real time. That was cutting edge in 2001. Yeah. Also, that movie was, in my opinion, way underrated. People were just upset because it didn't feel or look like the Final Fantasy games of the time, right? It wasn't Final Fantasy 7 or 10, so people were like, oh, it's not a Final Fantasy thing. No, I think it's a perfect... I really think Final Fantasy Spirits Within is amazing. I think it's a great sci-fi movie. And I think the themes are very much worth being in the Final Fantasy, under the Final Fantasy franchise. But, you know. Yeah, I went to see it in the theater. I saw it once since, not too long ago actually, like maybe 3 years ago. And that's when I realized that it was, you know, way better than even I remembered. What is that about? We have a new codex entry. Ships and vehicles. General tactics. Shells lofted by surface navies crash back to Earth when their acceleration is overwhelmed by gravity and air resistance. In space, a projectile has unlimited range. It will keep moving until it hits something. Practical gunnery range is determined by the velocity of the attacker's ordnance and the maneuverability of the target. Beyond a certain range, a small ship's ability to dodge prompts a larger attacker's projectile speed. The longest ranged combat occurs between dreadnoughts, whose projectiles have the highest velocity but are the least maneuverable. The shortest range combat is between frigates. Frigates? Certainly I can't pronounce that word anymore, even though we've heard it in the game before. Frigates, I think. Which have the slowest projectile velocities and highest maneuverability. Opposing dreadnoughts open with a main gun artillery duel at extreme ranges of tens of thousands of kilometers. The fleets close, maintaining evasive lateral motion while keeping their bow guns facing the enemy. Fighters are launched and attempt to close to disruptor torpedo range. Oh yeah. Cautious admirals weaken the enemy with ranged fire, and fighters strikes before committing to close action. Aggressive commanders advance so cruisers and frigates can engage. At long range, the main guns of cruisers become useful. Friendly interceptors engage enemy fighters until the attackers enter the range of ship-based guardian fire. Dreadnoughts fire from the rear, screened by smaller ships. Commanders must decide whether to commit to a general melee or retreat into FTL. At medium range, ships can use broadside guns. Fleets intermingle and it becomes difficult to retreat in order. Ships with damaged kinetic barriers are vulnerable to Wolfpack frigates flotillas that speed through the battle space. Only fighters and frigates enter close knife fight ranges of 10 or fewer kilometers. Fighters lose their disruptor torpedoes, bringing down a ship's kinetic barrier and allowing it to be swarmed by frigates. Guardian lasers become viable weapons, swatting down fighters and boiling away warship armors. Neither dreadnoughts nor cruisers can use their main guns at close range. Laying the bow on a moving target becomes impossible. Superheated thrusters exhaust becomes a hazard. There's an interesting thought here that I never really thought about, which is the idea that, yeah, if you fire a projectile in space, it's never stopping until it hits something. There's no, you know, there's no friction. Which means, like, when you see those big space battles in TV shows, all those those projectiles that are missing targets are gonna eventually, you know, well, maybe not actually. Space is so empty that most of them will never hit anything, and if they were to enter like a planet's atmosphere, they would probably dissolve before they hit the ground anyway. So it's unlikely that it's gonna damage anything valuable. But technically, it could randomly hit a, you know, a spaceship on the other side of the galaxy at some point. Though the most likely outcome, if it gets too close to populated areas, would be that it gets caught in the gravity well of, you know, the bigger objects in the system, like the sun or the, you know, the star or whatever is in the center and then just dissolves. But yeah, I think the concept in general is a pretty interesting idea. You could have a fun sci-fi story about a colony ship that gets hit by alien weapons from a battle thousands of years ago. Yeah, that actually sounds like an in intergalactic space, right? Although, I mean, I guess I would assume that any projectile would not be able to escape the galactic, you know, gravity well. It would eventually just, at worst, you know, get into orbit around the center of the galaxy, right? I doubt it would get into like intergalactic space, for instance. Maybe Jelly Goo, yeah. Again, I would assume they figured the risk is small enough. Just like, you know, just like we don't care about the space trash we send up there, because space is so vast that it's very unlikely. Like, it's basically like worrying about, I don't know. It would be like worrying about throwing a pebble. In the middle of the desert and being worried that you're gonna randomly hit something, right? Well, yeah, that's another concern, Hubs, but close orbit space trash is indeed a problem. But yeah, on a more like, you know, interstellar or galactic scale, it's unlikely that anything you would throw out there would hit anything. Anyway, let's see what those nerds have to say. We haven't seen them in a little bit.
I heard what happened under the Artemis Tau cluster. The Council wasn't too happy about the destruction of those Prothean ruins.
This isn't a game, Ambassador. Shepard's out there trying to stop Saren from destroying the galaxy.
I know. Just try to be a little more careful. The Council's watching you, and we all get judged on how you behave.
How about hi next time? Hello, Commander Shepard. Good to see you. Fucking Udina, man. This game better not give me the chance to kill Udina, because boy am I gonna be tempted to pull the trigger. Anyway, hello, Captain Anderson.
Yes, Commander?
Are you okay? You work with the Spectres. Investigate. Is anything new there? I don't think so. I'm gonna check.
How are you holding up?
Honestly, but you're the one who can stop.
Okay, that's new.
I believe
no,
in
that's
you,
not new. That's old.
If that means I have to step aside.
Any extra intel you can give me on
the entire planet used to be one. The colony tried to build on what the Protheans left behind.
Yeah, that's.
We lost all contact with them when the Geth attacked.
Where can I find
Last
Admiral?
Is there anything else, Commander?
I should go.
I'll be here if you need me.
This is all old stuff. Unfortunate. I was really hoping we'd have new conversations. Instead, we just get yelled at by Udina, and then that's it. Listen, I'm not happy about the destruction of the Prothean ruins either. I just didn't have much of a choice. It's not like I did it on purpose. I mean, I did fire the laser, but I'm just saying, my intent was not to bring the entire thing down. I'm surprised Liara didn't say anything. She could have been like, hey, they saved my life.
This is truly magnificent. Most Prothean architecture I see is in ruins.
She's so excited. That's why I wanted to bring her on the Citadel. It seems like she read about it and all that, like she knew about the C-Sec stuff, but maybe she hasn't never been there.
The sheer size of this place is overwhelming.
Or maybe she's amazed again.
I can't tell the aliens from the animals.
No, Leah, don't... She didn't mean... No, that's not what she said.
Human, delighted, welcome. It is good to meet you.
It is good to meet you too. Yeah, Ashley just... She should stop saying that. Hey, Executor Palin. Anything new?
Shepard, what can I do for you now?
Nope.
I'll be going now.
Goodbye, Commander.
Goodbye, Executor. Alright, Nasana. I have news. I'm not sure if it's gonna be good or bad. I think it's gonna be good for you. Your sister was blackmailing you or something, right? Let's see where that goes.
I know you. You're Commander Shepard, the human Spectre.
Uh-huh.
Is there something I can do for you?
I ran into your sister. That is a very suspicious way of phrasing that. It sounds like I literally, you know, hit her with a car or something.
You're Nasana, right? I ran into your sister, Dahlia. It didn't end well for her.
What? Are you saying she's...
I killed her myself. Oh my god. She is. I know the truth. She is.
Dahlia's dead, Nasana, and I know she was blackmailing you.
And I was all set to try to manipulate you into hunting her down for me.
Oh.
But I guess that won't be necessary now, will it?
You wanted your sister dead?
If people found out my sister was a criminal, I'd be considered a security risk. They'd revoke my clearance, or place me on administrative leave until she was apprehended. I shall transfer a little something into your account as a token of my appreciation. I'm sure you'll find the amount satisfactory.
I love that I'm being paid for randomly killing people. That's awesome. Criminals, of course. I should specify. Is there's a few interesting things here. Is that first of all, Nasana said I was gonna manipulate you into killing her. Why did she do that when we tried to talk to her previously? We tried several times to talk to Nasana. She never wanted to talk to us. Feels like she could have been like, hey, how about you find my sister? Because that, we sort of stumbled upon that side quest, right? It wasn't given to us or anything. Oh well. Second thing is, I love how Ashley, again, we're going back to what I was saying yesterday about Ashley. Ashley cannot put herself in anyone else's shoes. Despite the blackmailing, despite the fact that Dahlia was a criminal and all that, Ashley's only reaction is like, you wanted to kill your sister? Like, she's completely shocked. Because she gets along with her sisters. She cannot imagine anyone else's perspective or experience. That's Ashley's biggest problem. She's completely unable to imagine someone having a life experience that's different than her. It's very annoying. What's up, Colette? Don't bother. Fair enough. It better be. No, I want money. I don't, you know, I mean, I'm okay getting money for this. I've got a better deal? See, that's one of those situations where I'm like, I wish I knew what the better deal is. If it's my idea, I should know before I suggest it. Credits won't cut it. I mean, I'm too curious not to do it, right? I need to see what that's about. It's hard not to use the like sort of exclusive options that are given to you, right? Just from a curiosity standpoint. But I don't see any reason to be aggressive about it. So, I think I'll go blue there. Yeah.
You're a diplomat on her way up the ranks. It could be handy to have a Spectre who owes you a favor.
You make a good point. Anyone can come up with credits. But I can give you authorization to purchase prototype Asari mods.
Oh.
I will get you added to our manufacturer's preferred client list. I think you'd be very interested in what they have available.
Okay.
Goodbye, Shepard. It has been a pleasure doing business with you.
Are we getting like is that like a license? Do I need to talk to my ship requisition officer?
Thank you for all your help, Shepard.
Yeah, you're quite welcome. I didn't know who you were 5 minutes ago, but now we're best friends. For helping Nasana deal with her sister, she has added you to the Armali Council client list. Now, when you visit certain stores, you will occasionally see the very rare and valuable Armali Council items available to you. Ooh. Let's go check for a store. How are you today, Colette? What's up, Granada? Let's do a hard save.
Hello, Commander. Can I get you something?
Why not?
What have you got?
Information, mostly.
Oh.
Would you like to know about some points of interest nearby?
I actually wanted a drink. I feel like it would have been nice to have a drink after all this.
Have a pleasant day.
You know, we've been out and about doing missions. Oh, maybe we should stop. I have plenty of money now. We should stop at Flux. Put that money to good. Now it feels like 200's not enough. The high stakes are 200 and we have so much money, like it's the difference will be meaningless even if we win. Oh, that sucks, Colette. I'm sorry. Sorry to hear that. Hopefully it gets better. Alright, let's see. I'm gonna... Financial district. You know what? No, I'm gonna walk actually. Because you never know when a new side quest could happen with those characters hanging out. Just need to get through the pesky perimenopause. I can't say that I relate, as you can imagine, but I empathize. Let's see. Oh, I don't know what I
Regroup!
Regroup! Oh, Liara, do you have anything to say about this? Yeah, she does.
Some want to see this Krogan monument removed, but it is important to remember our history, even if those memories make us uncomfortable.
I agree, Liara. Something that actual humans could take to heart, I think.
Hard to believe the Krogan were once seen as the saviors of the galaxy.
I'm sure it's hard for you to believe. Oh, see? That's why I don't fast travel. There's a named character there. Bet she has a side quest for us.
Commander, it is good to see you again. Would you care to see some of its fantastic items today?
Sure.
Show me your items.
I want to see if we can find some of those
Oh, this
Mari
one is
Council or
pleased
whatever
to
they're
do
called.
so, human. You will not be disappointed.
Non-humans? I mean, we're finally starting to have enough money that I'm looking at this and I'm like, yeah. A light armor Quarian level 5, sorry? That could be good for Tali, right? I don't know. I don't know how easy it is to find in the open, so I'm like, I don't know if I want to spend the money, because it seems like the game's showering us with gear constantly. So... I haven't felt the need to buy stuff yet. This blue one, which is following you, the good or the bad one? I'm not sure what that means, actually. I'm not sure I understand the question. But maybe don't rephrase it. I'm worried it could be a spoiler. I don't know.
Commander, it is good to see you again. Would you care to see some of its fantastic items today?
Show me your items.
Oh, this one is pleased to do.
Let's see the upgrades. God, that's so expensive. I really wish I could get
Commander,
to the other
show me your items.
Oh, this one is pleased.
Without exiting from the... How much does that sell? Oh! Okay, some of the higher level stuff sells for quite a bit, actually. I mean, I should probably turn all of the low level stuff to Omnigel. That seems more important than money. Yeah, I'm tempted to buy the Quarian armor. Just because I don't think I have any Quarian armor for Tali, and I think she could benefit from it. I do want Tali to be well protected. It's a good test, I guess, for, you know, what kind of items you can get here. Worth 19k. I mean, we've gained money quite a bit, and I haven't found any use for it instead of that. So, you know what? Yeah, let me buy one light Quarian Explorer 5. Oh, accept. Yeah, let's see. Let's see. I might regret it, but I need to experiment with the system a little bit. I don't know the game. I'm just curious. Oh, well, I'm not sure what the question means still, but that's Liara. She's the. Presumably, she's an ally. We just recruited her, so we don't really know much about her yet. She's an intellectual. She's a scientist.
Got a moment, Spectre?
Elena Blake, huh? Why is she calling me Spectre like that?
Hello, Spectre. I have a business proposition for you.
Okay, how do you know me? Good for you, God. Some of those answers are so good. How do you know me?
How did you know I'm a Spectre?
Word travels. Your name comes up in certain circles. I'm acquainted with a pair of powerful crime bosses.
Okay.
They're hiding on remote worlds, and I have the coordinates. You could do the galaxy a favor.
So you want me to murder people for you? I can do that. No, I won't do this. Oh, interesting. Okay, hold on. Let's investigate first.
What kind of defenses would these two have?
I haven't the faintest idea, but they're certain to be armed. Their partnership's soured, and each believes that the other intends to kill him. They will be well prepared.
This is an obvious setup. I could charge you. Yeah, I don't know. This is kind of strange. But at the same time, like, if I was trying to... I don't know. This is a little weird. I don't know if I trust this situation. Server. I'm an associate of two powerful crime lords is a hell of an opener. Yeah. I'm tempted to go with the obvious setup stuff, but I'm gonna question her a little more before that.
And what do you get out of this?
We share interests in certain cooperative ventures, but their business practices have forced me to terminate our relationship. Once they are dead, I will manage our organization in a more tasteful manner.
Okay.
What crimes did these men commit?
They're red sand dealers who make victims of their customers. Those who can no longer pay are sold to Batarians as slaves.
Oh.
They're loathsome, hurting innocent people. They must be ended.
Yeah, I don't like that. Slavers are disgusting. My hate for slavers in video games goes all the way back to the first Fallout game. And, Oddworld. Any of you guys remember Oddworld on PlayStation? God, that game was crazy. The original. The original, I think, 1996, maybe? I'm an associate of two powerful crime lords. Sounds like I am one of three powerful crime lords to me. Yeah, I don't know. I'm tempted to question the intentions there, right? Let's go with that.
I eliminate them, and then you take over and try to eliminate me. How stupid do I look?
While I appreciate your estimation of my bravado, I have no intention of attempting to murder you. You are the first human Spectre, and you are doing important work for humanity. I have no interest in red sand or slavery.
Okay.
Anyone who does deserves to die. Our needs are aligned.
Listen, I don't know. I'm feeling trustful of that person for whatever reason. Also, her voice actress really took it at heart. Like, she's doing a great job. She sounds just the right amount of, you know, a little shady, but also sort of that sort of facade of friendliness. I like it. It's a good performance. I could charge you.
You're obviously with them. Why don't I just arrest you instead?
Arrested for what? You and I are simply having a conversation.
You're trying to hire me for murdering people.
I have excellent legal representation. Arresting me would be a waste of your time.
Okay. It's interesting that the Paragon option is not doing it. Well, again, maybe it's not that simple, but usually Paragon, like, good is on top and bad is on the bottom, right? I understand that murdering people for money is not a virtuous, you know, act, but we're talking about murdering slavers. I think that's okay. But I like that the game has sort of a gray morality thing, right? Even if it's murdering criminals, it's still murdering people for money. So it can be considered a Paragon act, right? Even though maybe ultimately it's for the good of the galaxy. I like the fact that the morality is a little gray there. Not super obvious. Yeah, I'll do it. Why not? Or at least I can say that I'm gonna do it, and then I can investigate these other criminals and maybe learn more about it. Maybe I can talk to them, and they'll reveal that she's the one behind it all. And this is just a hostile takeover. Who knows? If I was writing this quest, that's what it would be. Probably. The other two, like, you meet the other two, you kill their guards, and then when you meet them, they're like completely powerless, and they're like, what do you mean, slavers? She completely took over the whole thing. She was the one doing all the shady deals. We were just trying, you know, we were just financial helps. And then suddenly, you know, we got threats of getting murdered. We're so scared. That would be a nice little interesting twist. Elena Blake. Sure, you know what? I'll do it. I'll do it. And we'll see what happens.
If they're as bad as you say they are, they need to be dealt with.
Yeah.
Excellent. Here are the coordinates. When these men are dead, I will wait for you at the third set of coordinates.
Okay, that's suspicious.
Goodbye, Commander. It's been a pleasure to meet you.
That last part is very suspicious. What do you mean you don't want to meet us back here? You want to meet us in another remote place in the galaxy? Where you can, let me guess, try to kill us and clean, you know, the mess behind you? I don't know. This is a little shady. Oh, Hostile Takeover is actually the name of the quest. That's funny. Elena Blake, a high-ranking member of a criminal cartel, has asked you to eliminate two of her unpleasant compatriots. Their bases are located in the Han and Dis systems. After eliminating them, meet Mrs. Blake in Fortuna system for a reward. I have a feeling like the reward's gonna be a bunch of bullets to the face. Two crime lords are located in the Han system of the Gemini Sigma cluster and the Dis system of the Hades Gamma cluster. I've been in the Hades Gamma cluster. I don't remember a Dis system, though. Well, okay. We have reasons to go back then. That gave me renegade points. But not enough for unlocks. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Anything you, little nerd?
Greetings, Earth Clan.
Greetings, Barlafon.
How can this humble servant be of use to you?
Nope, nothing.
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander.
Nothing new.
I'm telling you, this is not what Jake would want.
Who are you to tell me what my husband would want?
Oh.
I'm the only person making sense right now. You're endangering your baby.
This baby is the only thing I have left of Jake.
What is going on there? Michael Petrovsky and Rebecca Petrovsky talking about Jake's baby. So is that Jake's brother? Or... I don't know. We'll have to figure it out. Kinetic Ghost with the nice raid. Thank you so much. How are you doing, Kinetic? It's good to see you. What were you playing today? I feel... Hold on. I saw you were playing... Oh, are you playing Subnautica? Is that why I've been maybe blurring your channel's thumbnail? Few days ago? Okay. Yeah, I have with FFZ. I'm blurring the categories of games that I want to play because I don't want to see the thumbnails and get spoiled with in my follow list. How are you, everyone? What's up, Raiders? Astro Peg, a cool name. Captain Meow Meow. What's up, Davis Moldy? Good to see you. I was playing Replaced. Yeah, I played the demo of Replaced back during the Steam Next Fest or whatever it was. And I watched a little bit of Nasrallah play Replaced in the past few weeks. Finished it yesterday, I'm pretty sure. I haven't paid too much attention in case I want to play it one day, but I really like the demo. Yeah, the world seems super cool. And the visual, like the aesthetic of it is obviously wonderful. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. That's awesome. Thank you again for the raid. I do appreciate the support very much. It's always nice to see you around. Where do you land on Crimson Desert? I know you've been playing that game a lot. I've been unsure about it. I'm curious to have your opinion about where you ended up, how you ended up feeling about the whole thing. Okay, let's figure out what those two nerds were talking about. Finished up the main story a couple weeks ago. I enjoyed my time with it. Yeah, I've heard some, like, sort of from people, whose gaming opinions I trust. I've heard some mixed things. Like there's some interesting freedom about it and some crazy things you can do, but at the same time it feels all very superficial and yeah, I don't know. It's a tough one to rate, yeah. The main quest has a side quest vibes. Okay. It's not great. Not ideal. I don't know. It seems to be a game maybe that I would play with the intention of never finishing it. just like, yeah, let's fuck around in that world for a few days or weeks and see what happens, and then eventually we get bored and we move on, but... Anyway, let me talk to Rebecca Petrovsky.
I don't care what you think, Michael. It's my decision.
I know you're hurting, Rebecca, but don't let your grief hurt your baby too.
Okay, I'm gonna assume those two are siblings, because they have the same hair color. Kind of game you play to get lost in the world. Yeah, exactly how I did it, and I had a lot of fun. Oh. Yeah, we'll see. Is there a problem? What's going on? Leave her alone. What is going on here?
Can I help you with anything?
Perhaps you can talk some sense into her.
I don't need anyone to talk sense into me, Michael. I'm not undergoing the treatments.
My sister-in-law here is pregnant, and she's refused to let the baby undergo gene therapy in utero.
Oh boy. Okay. Oh god. Okay. That's gonna be a... I feel like that's gonna be a whole freaking decision process. Okay, so he's Jake's brother. Jake's probably dead, is what I'm getting from the brief interactions there. My sister-in-law here is pregnant. She's refused to let the baby undergo gene therapy in utero. Never mind. I wonder if this option is like, that's your story, I want to hear hers. Because I hope that's what it is.
I'm certain that she has a good reason. I'd like to hear
Nice.
both sides.
Nice.
My husband Jacob died from a rare heart condition several months ago.
Okay.
There's a chance that the baby could develop the same heart condition, but routine gene therapy can eliminate it.
Okay.
A very small chance, Michael. And extranet reports say the therapy could harm the child.
It's less dangerous than the genetic enhancements that every soldier in the Alliance receives.
I think this is an easy decision, actually. I thought this was going to be a whole thing. It's not. Let her choose. It's her body, her baby. You're literally no one. You do not have a say in this, Michael. It's just that simple. No matter, you know, no matter what the... No matter how much of a point you have about, you know, maybe protecting the child or whatever, it doesn't matter. It's just not your place to make that decision. And certainly not ours to tell her, get the treatment, that's for sure. I'm still going to investigate for the sake of conversation, but I'm very clear on my answer.
What are the chances that your child will develop the heart condition?
According to the doctors, there's a 1 in 50 chance. And if my baby develops the condition, medical treatments are available.
Which are nowhere near as effective as simply getting the gene therapy.
I will say 1 in 50 is pretty high. It doesn't change my opinion, but 1 in 50 is pretty high. That's not like a minimal chance. Medically speaking, 1 in 50 is, you know, that is not what we consider a small chance, I don't think. In the actual real world right now.
What are the chances that gene therapy could hurt the baby?
1 in 300 at most.
But extranet articles say there could still be long-term complications we don't know about. Don't you understand? If my baby is that 1 in 300, I will always wonder if I killed my baby for nothing.
I do think it's interesting that she's worried about 1 in 300 and not 1 in 50. But I you know, I get it. She's probably on some extranet Facebook groups doing her own research and all that. Still doesn't change my opinion. It's her decision to make, and we have nothing to say about it. know. It's an interesting thought, though. Like expanding that to sort of a real life scenario. If you could have gene therapy to prevent, you know, birth complications or detectable disabilities or whatever, you know, I don't have specific examples, but I wonder, like, would I do it? Like, if I was in that position, is that something I would like to do, or would I be, you know, more on the side of, you know, that's nature. We've done it for thousands of years without doing gene therapy. Let's not start, you know, playing God or whatever. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting perspective. Yeah, that's the thing, right, Chipmunk? It's the slippery slope is sort of what I would be concerned about, right? I think it's a little bit different, Shepard, because vaccines are a response to it's medicine, right? It's a response to something that's actively affecting you negatively, I guess. Us as a species, right? There's like a herd type concern there, right? Herd immunity and all that. I think going into like gene therapy and I think the slippery slope here is a little concerning. Like, you start doing this and then it normalizes gene therapy. And then you get into stuff like, oh, I want my child to have a different skin color or hair color or whatever. And then you know, in my opinion, that's like the sort of like the danger of that slope is that's where I get my concerns, right? The normalization of that whole thing. Again, like talking about it from like a real life perspective, not the in-game decision. Well, again, Snarkle, we're not talking about the video game. Right now I'm talking about like real life. Like, I'm transposing the thing in real life and thinking about if I would be willing to do gene therapy or not if I had a child that had a risk of something like that. Sylvan Shade, 9 months. Thank you so very much. Happy to see you. It's been a while. How have you been? How's life going? Thank you for the 9. You will be remembered, Sylvan Shade. Yeah, I don't know, Shepard. I don't know. Again, the way I'm looking at it is like vaccines, they're just protection for us against a threat. And that's all they are, right? Gene therapy has a lot more potential of becoming something that becomes a real problem. Yeah. I'm not sure if we want to live in a world where you can customize your child's you know, characteristics in utero, which obviously, you know, that's a bit further of a, that's going beyond what the scope of the current question is in the game. But again, that's why I'm saying, like, the conversation is not really about the game's decision. I'm just thinking about gene therapy, like, in general, applying it to real life scenarios. Currently fictional, fortunately, but be regulated. Yeah, in an ideal world, we're just, you know, in an ideal world, we're doing everything nice and easy, you know, without any excess or any slippery slopes. But I think humans, I don't think we're very good as humans at avoiding slippery slopes. It feels like every time we just, you know, as soon as we open the box even slightly, we're just sliding right down the slope all the way. Yeah, no, that applies to a lot of different techs, and I just think of nuclear, you know, nuclear technology. Just that as a great example of, you know. The internet as a creation in general. Social media, right? Great in theory. Tons of good aspects to social media, but well, yeah, in this case, Sanctar, we're just talking about it in general terms because it doesn't exist in real life, so we're just, you know, just talking about it in general terms, whatever it could be. It's the idea of affecting the genetic material of the fetus in utero. That's the general gist of the conversation. Now, as far as going back to the game's problem, it doesn't change my opinion. It's her choice. Doesn't matter what I think or what Michael thinks. Doesn't even matter what Jacob thinks if he was still alive. It's her choice. I don't have to have an opinion on that. Well, yeah, I get that, Shepard. But if you really want to talk about that... Looking at it not from just a human perspective, but just a general perspective, wasn't the planet better off when humans weren't able to live longer lives and spread in the way we did? Maybe going against nature wasn't that good, in general. Well, yeah, but the math doesn't matter. You know, we had the conversation. We talked about the numbers. If she still doesn't want to get the gene therapy, that's absolutely her choice and decision to make. Nothing anyone needs to have an opinion about, even if we disagree. Well, yeah, but ultimately the two are linked, Shepard. That's the thing, right? It's a for humanity. It's a positive short term. I would add. Long term, I don't know. As always, it's a little more complex. Oh, you can have an opinion. What I said, if you listen to my words, was I don't need to have an opinion. I can have an opinion. I don't need to have one. Which is why I chose not to have an opinion in this case. And I'm going to let her choose. Here's a cool thing about opinions, too. You can have one without, you know, sharing it with people. That's something the, you know, sometimes the world would be a little better if people kept their opinions to themselves. Can you tell that to Ashley? I very much feel like Ashley's part of that category, yes. And the way I feel about it in this particular scenario, for instance, let's imagine for a second this was a real, you know, situation. I think it's, you know, it's fine for her to at least be informed of the you know, the situation she's in, but it seems like she is, right? She seems informed, she knows the numbers, she discusses them, which she probably talked about with her doctor, who's the right person for that. Now, if I want to have an, you know, like we go back to the Normandy and we have a conversation with the crew about, hey, we had this weird scenario today that happened as we were on the Citadel. Here's the situation, and we can exchange opinions and talk about it. That would be a nice, productive conversation. But Rebecca herself doesn't need to hear that. Like, it doesn't, you know, doesn't matter what we think of her choice and her situation. She doesn't need to have to deal with that. Yeah, that's interesting, Zia, right? That's a 20-year-old quest, and doesn't seem like we've made too much progress in that regard. Let's see about it in terms of investigation. So yeah, I mean, my opinion hasn't changed. Years ago, it wasn't the same discussion. It wasn't about women's autonomy, but vaccines. I think you're mixing things up right now. The conversation about women's autonomy has been a thing for a long, long time, and it's still not solved. I'm not sure why it needs to be conflated with vaccines. Or maybe we're talking about different things. I don't know. I think Zia's point is that that's a quest that was written 20 years ago about women's autonomy. That's the theme of the quest. And it's still a thing today. Yeah, but then you're talking about something else than the conversation we're having with Zia. We're unfortunately going backwards and nowhere fast. It's a shame. don't think we know the dev's intention for this quest. I mean, I don't know. The let her choose option's pretty, you know, obvious in terms of thematic importance. What's up, random NPC? Well, RIP Destiny 2. I don't think the franchise is over. I could be wrong, but my reading of the beginning of the post, random NPC, was that my suspicion in the subtext of the post was that they're working on Destiny 3. They just can't announce it yet. I think they're keeping it under wraps until they can make like a big announcement about it, like in an award show or some bullshit. That's my reading of the very first few sentences of that post. I mean, yeah, but if they release Destiny 3, the player base would probably balloon. Because it wouldn't be the mess Destiny 2 is right now. I'd be surprised if that's the end of Destiny in general. It might not be for the next few years or anything, but I'd be surprised if something more comes out of it. Doesn't come out of it. We'll see. That is true, Chipmunk. I would agree with that to a certain extent, for sure. There's sort of a shared responsibility about fighting, you know, about fighting problematic viruses. Plenty of people are in way more danger than some of us are. Do not have many options to protect themselves, so if everyone else participates, then it's a lot easier. I mean, maybe you're not talking about that, Snarko, but I definitely am, and so was Zia. We're not just talking about the video game right now. I know that might be hard to understand for some people, but... I also agree with that, Shepard, yes. And that's why it's an interesting situation. If it was just about preventive medical treatment, you would just apply the math and that would be it. The math makes sense that you would do the treatment. Why would you not? Again, you know, there's elements there, like what are the consequences of the 1 in 300 compared to the consequences of the 1 in 50? You know, if 1 in 300 is death and 1 in 50 is, well, you get a heart condition, but you're probably going to be fine with treatments, you know, it completely changes. It's not just math, right? There's like an intangible element of, you know, the conversation that gets added. But, and I think that's the point, is ultimately it does not matter. Because it's up to her to make that decision. No matter her reasons. I would go that far. I would go that far to say that no matter her reasoning, she's free to make that decision for herself. It's just about the math. What a sad way of looking at human lives. Yeah, I very much don't agree with that. Yeah. And again, I don't think you say the current zeitgeist narrative. I don't think that's a current thing. I think it was a thing in 2006. It was a thing in the 90s. It was a thing in the 70s. We might not have been aware of it. Maybe some of us weren't born then, but it was definitely already, you know, very much a topic of conversation. Yeah, I think that's the beauty of it, Shepard. Is you get the math, but does the math really matter ultimately? I'm not saying you can't have that point of view, right? You could be like, oh yeah, it's just a math problem, right? I don't think that's the way I want to look at the world, though. Because there's a lot of math problems in the current state of the world that could be solved with very unethical solutions. Yeah, I don't know if I agree with you, Snarko, but you are entitled to your opinion. It could be a cultural thing, you know. I don't think back in the mid-2000s, I don't think vaccines were much of a topic of conversation, in Switzerland at least. Not for the reasons you might think, but they weren't much of a topic of conversation. But yeah, ultimately, I think reducing this as just a question of preventive medical intervention and not, you know, not acknowledging that this is very much a personal autonomy conversation on top of the, you know, the medical aspect of it, is doing a disservice to whoever wrote this. I would be very surprised if the person who wrote this, you know, didn't think of personal autonomy when that option was written in. But what do I know? I wasn't there. I wasn't in the writing room when it was done. Yeah, but someone brought it up because it's adjacent to the conversation. Again, we're not just talking about the video game. We're using the quest in the game as a support to have a broader conversation about the themes of the quest. not the plot of the quest or the precise information of the quest, but the theme of the quest. Which is what I'm thinking you're not quite getting there. There's an abstraction that is being made by the people participating in the conversation in chat. Which, again, I understand thematic conversation about art is difficult, but... the theme doesn't present that particular dilemma. I think you're wrong. I very much think you're wrong. I'm fairly certain I would have felt the exact same thing 20 years ago. Let's click something on the choice wheel. Maybe, maybe not. You don't get to tell me that. I mean, my choice has been made 30 minutes ago. Yeah, it's interesting, Engthar, because as someone who grew up, you know, I've lived most of my life in Switzerland. I grew up in Switzerland. We have a very strong anti-vax sort of culture here, which is always something that, like, when I was younger, it felt sort of normal. Like a lot of people, it was something that was brought up in school a lot, because whenever we'd have those, like when I was in primary school, we'd have like doctors coming in for, like, you know, vaccines, refreshers, and vaccinating people, kids for like the major ones. I don't remember exactly all of them, but and there was always, you know, those slips that you had to get your parents to sign, and there was a choice, right? It was like, I want my kid to get the vaccines, or I don't want my kids to get the vaccines, and a very big proportion of kids didn't get them. It was almost half and half when I was a kid, like I'm thinking like late 80s, early 90s. So I always grew up in that sort of like skepticism about vaccines, which is, you know, I was part of the vaccinated kids. You know, my parents were very okay with it. But there was always this sort of, you know, pushback against that. Homeopathy is a huge thing in Switzerland, which is very interesting because I've discovered later in life, like in late 90s, when I was sort of reading on the topics, homeopathy and like sort of homeopathic circles and all those like alternative medicine things in Switzerland specifically were very much linked with a lot of like those you know, sectarian cults that ended up devolving into I don't know if you guys were aware of that, because that's a very like Switzerland centric thing, but there was this, what was it called, the Order of the Solar Temple or something. I don't remember. Like, there was a mass suicide thing in I believe it was 1997, and it was a cult that committed, like, you know, mass suicide in the mountains of Switzerland somewhere. And I remember looking into this because I was fascinated. I was like, man, this is so weird. Like, what a strange event. You know, it sounded like something out of fiction for me, teenager back then. And I remember starting looking into it because it was also obviously when the internet started sort of becoming a thing, and so it was great for, you know, trying to look up all of that stuff. And what I remember finding over the next few years was that the leader of that cult was, you know, like it started as an alternative medicine sort of guru type thing, was going to a lot of those homeopathy conventions and, you know, like alternative medicine stuff. And that's how he was recruiting people, you know, finding people that were a little bit in the fringes of, you know, science and all that stuff, and had alternative interests and all that. A couple of people in Quebec were involved too. Interesting. Okay. And so it always fascinated me how, you know, we had this huge sort of alternative medicine culture and how close-knit it was at the time, at least in the 90s, to like those various cults that popped up back in those days. I don't know if that's still the thing today. I'm certainly not, you know, too in touch with the current culture of that, but yeah, so Switzerland was always sort of, you know, in that weird sort of fringe when it comes to vaccines and all that. So yeah, interesting. That's why, you know, when we're talking about what people were thinking at the time and all that, like that's something I'm like sort of very familiar with, because it was such a big topic of conversation in the late 90s. As far as COVID goes, I don't remember. Like, it's interesting because it's so recent, and I sort of don't really remember, because I was more at the time worried about, you know, the small scale stuff. You know, my grandmother was immunocompromised at the time because she was battling leukemia, and right when COVID hit, that wasn't a great timing. So I was more concerned about protecting her and making sure she was fine. I wasn't really looking at the greater picture of what was happening with COVID in Switzerland and if there was a lot of pushback for the vaccines, but I don't think so. Because I think despite sort of that old culture of pushing back against vaccine and alternative medicines and all that in Switzerland, I don't think that's so much the case anymore since the early 2000s. I think that it changed a lot after the 90s. And especially if there's one thing Swiss people like more than being contrarians, it's following the rules. We love that around here. So when the government says you get vaccinated, we all say yes. Though I will say, I don't think, from what I remember, the numbers weren't very good for Switzerland. We had quite a few very deadly waves during those 2021, 2022 big waves, which could be due to our, you know, aging population too. Obviously, weaker people, right? But yeah, DJ. Yeah, I see. I think it's still pretty big in Switzerland, chipmunk. I think, but like it's always a thing that I thought was interesting when I look back at my teaching years. Is as teachers, we weren't allowed to give medicine to kids. We, you know, I think for good reason. Unless it was something that was given by the parents from home, and they had a, you know, a little signed slip with, you know, I authorize my kid to take this medicine 3 times a week or whatever, or, you know, like specific situations. But we weren't allowed, like if a kid says, oh, my head hurts, right, I have a headache, we weren't allowed to give them even like paracetamol. Which was actually, when I started teaching, a pretty new thing that just had been implemented. Like no medicine whatsoever, not even paracetamol, nothing. But instead, we could give them like some little, you know, little homeopathic pellets. Which I always thought was, I don't know. So it's just an interesting like cultural quirk about Switzerland that I always thought was kind of, I'm sure it's not Switzerland specific, but I always thought that was an interesting quirk. Did not have a nurse's office at school? Nope. I've never been in a school that had a nurse office or any sort of medical assistance whatsoever. Not even high school, not even nothing. It doesn't, it is not a thing here, I can tell you that. Yeah. Yeah, little, you know, cultural differences, I guess. Which is why, you know, like the whole personal autonomy question, that's why I'm sort of, I feel like there might be a cultural difference there with, you know, based on Snarko's thought and belief, maybe that at the time we weren't thinking about that as much. Because I think in Switzerland we were. In fact, and I'm pretty certain about that, because I'm pretty sure it was in the mid-2000s. We had to go vote specifically on abortion. And I remember that because my girlfriend at the time was extremely heated about that thing. In her mind, we weren't even supposed to be voting on that. It should have been evident, should have been obvious, you know? But we had to go, because that's how Switzerland works. We vote on everything. We had to go vote to, you know, maintain the right for women to be able to abort up until the 12th week? Is that maybe... it's been 20 years, I don't remember, but I think that was it. And I very much remember that, because it was a big topic of conversation at the time in a lot of my circles. So yeah, from my perspective, and you know, my sort of the context that I've lived in, the my body, my choice is not it's not a recent thing. It's not a modern concept. It's something I've heard since the 2000s. In those exact words. Well, except in French. But I remember my elementary school teacher giving me an anti-homesickness pill on a week-long class trip. That's funny. There's something kind of cute about that. You know, lying to kids. Love that. Anyway. Interesting conversation altogether. Thank you all for participating. Ultimately, again, like I said, my decision was made 40 minutes ago. I was never going to pick another option than that. So, let's go about it, I guess. Over here, the king was forced to step down for a day in order for the abortion law to pass, as he and in Belgium, any law has to be signed off by the king. He didn't want to. He was very religious. Big thing over here. That's interesting. Hold on. So the king stepped down from being a king for one day just so that law could pass? How does that even work? Yeah, I've never heard of that. Belgium sounds wild, man. Something in the muscles. Sorry, we've filled the position. Yeah, when you wanna become the king again. Oh no, sorry, the position's not available anymore. That's interesting, Brainy. I'm gonna have to look into that. I want to read up on that particular scenario. That sounds like an interesting political little event, I guess. Oh, I think no one was king for a day. So yeah, my understanding is that they were living in anarchy for 24 hours. No, that's not how it works. I think the king in Belgium is very much like the king in the UK, right? It's just, it's more of a ceremonial thing. But you know, the law still needs to be signed off by the king. But I don't think they have too much like decisive power anymore, unless I'm wrong. But that's. I haven't been, you know, I used to study modern history in uni back in the early 2000s, so I have some remembrances of some of that stuff, but some of it is probably very outdated as well at that point. Except the, you know, I always bring that up when we talk about it, but except the Middle East sort of, you know, sort of situation. The stuff we were talking about in 23 years ago, still very much current. The whole Gaza situation and all that. Not much has changed, unfortunately. It only got more complex. Basically, the government ruled him unfit to rule as a king for one day. See, that's the way it should work with kings these days, right? The government can decide you're not, you know, the king should not rule the government. Having ceremonial kings is fine, I guess. Keep your history and culture, right? But you shouldn't have power to make all the decisions. Anyway, go Belgium, I guess. Let's pick that option and move on. Let her choose.
It's Rebecca's child, Michael. I think you should honor her decision.
Damn it, she's not choosing. She's acting blindly out of grief.
It's still her choice. I wish I could do more. No, I actually don't. I think I'm doing exactly how much I need to be doing there. I would be very upset if I didn't have that option here. Most modern monarchs are basically a PR team for your country, yeah. Still her choice, Michael.
I know you want the best for your brother's child, but this isn't your decision.
Of course it is! I'm the closest thing to a father this baby is going to have.
Okay, that's a wild thing to say, by the way. What if she gets remarried? I think Michael has issues. I think he's not dealing with the grief as well as he says he is. Plot twist, it's his baby. Yeah, that would be a twist right there. That would take me by surprise. Also, how can you read or listen to Shepard's answers there and not think this is about personal autonomy? That's all that line of answers I picked was about. He never brought up anything about the actual medical aspect of it. I think we were underselling the writing of this quest. Casually taking ownership of his brother's widow and their child. I don't know. Act like it. I'm not sure that's the answer I want to go for. Yeah, but you're acting like that's the only thing they spelled out, Snarko. It feels like you're not getting the point. You're being intentionally dense about it for whatever reason. It's almost as if the game allowed you to go in different ways. And one of the ways is maybe to insist about the medical aspects of it and the risks. And one other angle of the choices that the game is giving you is all about Rebecca's autonomy. I feel like you're being a little dense, if you'll allow me. I'm just not sure. Then act like it. I don't like the act like it response because I don't think he is supposed to be the father of the, act like the father of the child. I think listen to what you said could be a good answer, but it depends where it's going. I think it's not your baby is the right answer there. Oh yeah, no, I'm no hard feelings on my part either. I'm just, I have a feeling we're not understanding each other. Which is okay. It happens. And it could very well be on my part. I'm not a native English speaker. Sometimes my point don't come across in the most clear of ways. I'm gonna tell him it's not his baby. I think he needs to simmer down a little bit, Yeah, of course. It's always harder, especially, I have a microphone. I'm always gonna be a little louder. So then anyone can be in chat and you have to type everything. It's not ideal, for sure. We work with the limitations we have here. And me having a mic does not make me right. It just makes me louder. That's something to keep in mind. At the end of the day, I'm just thinking out loud and expressing thoughts and opinions. I don't pretend that I hold some kind of truth. Yeah, I'm gonna go with it's not your baby.
Is this about keeping the baby safe? Or is this about you losing your last link to your brother?
Oh!
This baby is the only thing my brother... It's all I have left of him. I need to know that the baby's safe.
Told you! He was projecting.
It's all I have left too, Michael.
I just want Jacob's child to be safe. I want to give him that much.
We will. I promise.
Aww.
Thank you for talking with us. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. See, the whole like, oh, she's not dealing with her grief and that's why she's reacting that way, blah, blah, blah. That was exactly what he was doing. So obvious. Was that an actual quest? Yes, family matter. You convinced Michael to respect Rebecca's wishes concerning her unborn child. She and Michael have reconciled their differences. That easy. That easy. If only it was that simple. What's up, Timmy? How are you doing today? I'm sure that's the end of that. Yeah. It's not gonna devolve into another conversation at the dinner table the very same day, right? Hey, we wanted to learn more about genetic engineering. Enkthar, now's the time. In the 22nd century, manipulation of the human genome became commonplace. Techniques of genetic engineering advanced to the point where the rich could custom build fetuses that grew into stronger, smarter, and more attractive adults. See, that's the part that I'm like, ugh. I don't know about that. Especially that part, because of course it's going to be limited to, you know, a very small portion of people, which, you know, is another way in which the differences and the gap grows, right? Anyway, in more permissive regions, custom-designed life forms and uplifted animals occupied an ill-defined niche between property and sapient being. Ooh, that sounds awkward. Travel to planets with unique forms of life brought an awareness that Earth's unique biodiversity could be lost if spliced and hybridized to gain useful alien qualities. The Sodom-Walcott Genetic Heritage Act was passed by the Systems Alliance Parliament in 2161. It imposed sharp restrictions on controversial uses of genetic engineering, but provided government subsidized for beneficial applications. See? Nice. That's what Shepard was arguing for. Shepard chat, not Shepard game. Nice regulations, right? Surely nothing bad ever happens, right? Surely there's not like completely illegal underground gene therapy happening in remote worlds of the Terminus system. Surely not, right? Screening and therapy. Most governments provide free assessment and corrective therapy for genetic diseases in prospective parents. This has nearly eliminated everything from cystic fibrosis to nearsightedness. Damn. Okay, I'm on board. Listen, I changed my mind. I'm on board now. Let me get rid of my nearsightedness. I mean, although I guess LASIK is a thing. The earlier screening and therapy is performed, the more comprehensive the result. Though ideally performed on artificially fertilized zygote. Okay, how do you pronounce zygote in French, but how do you pronounce that one in English? Zygotes? In a lab, procedures are available for embryos in the womb and newborns out of respect for personal beliefs. That's it? Zygotes? Okay. Enhancement. Improvement of natural human abilities is legal. Okay. I overestimated the quality of their regulations, I guess. But adding new abilities is not. Treatments to improve strength, reflexes, mental acuity, or appearance are permitted. Adding a tail or the ability to digest cellulose is not. Oh, that's a... Hold on. Adding a tail... Okay, whatever. Although weird line to draw, I think. But the ability to digest cellulose would be so useful. That would literally solve famine. Well, okay, no, never mind. It doesn't imply that you can actually get nutrients from it. My bad. It just, you're able to digest it. Doesn't mean that it's going to give you calories and nutrients. Yeah, never mind. Does cellulose actually contain any, you know, nutrients? I don't know. I don't know, it feels like adding a tail is a weird line to draw. I feel, but I don't know, maybe, again, there's been allegations, not a furry, all respect to the furries. I have no opinions on their preferences. I think it, you know, like everything, it's totally fine. You be your own self. I just want to put a disclaimer out there. No judgment whatsoever. Be your best self. I'm not a furry, but I would rather allow people to add tails rather than them improving their strength and mental acuity or get conventionally prettier. I think that would be a lot better. Because this shit could lead to some fucking, you know, again, like increasing the gap between, you know, the rich and the ones who can't afford that stuff. This doesn't, yeah, it's inoffensive, just adding a tail. You know, it doesn't hurt anyone. Unless it's a scorpion tail. Okay, Atherma. No, it's just that there's been people, for some whatever reason, people have there's been suspicion that I was a furry before. I don't know where it started. I don't know why it started. But it's been brought up in the past. So I wanted to clarify once again, you know? Not something you can expect from me. I don't want to do furry baiting. Is that a thing? It probably is a thing, right? That would be, I don't want to steal anyone else's, you know, shtick. I don't want to steal anyone else's identity. I just want to be clear. Party of No-Tails gets awfully quiet whenever you bring up gene splicing with the giant species. Oh, that's an interesting thought, though, Friar. I wonder what the stance in this world is on like cosmetic surgery. It's like you can't add a tail genetically speaking. But what if you attach one, like a, you know, like you do cosmetic surgery? My not a furry shirt has a lot of people asking me questions already answered by my shirt. I don't know, Chipmunk, but you know, I'm not, you know, I don't want this to come off as me trying to, you know, like I'm seeing this as a bad thing, so I want to make it clear that I'm not, you know, that's not the idea. You know, it's just, I hate when people pretend to be like, or even like suggest that they might be something they're not, to like, especially like I find on Twitch, there's so much, you know, trying to, you know, get the support of specific communities, niche communities, by pretending like you could be a, you know, part of them. I hate that stuff. I really want to, you know, I like being clear in that sense. Because it's been brought up in the past, so. People want to support furry creators. You don't. I'm not part of them. I'm not someone you will support. My close friends of furry, I'm always presumed to be a furry association. I want to be clear that I'm not furry baiting, exactly. I hate baiting of any kind on the internet. I think it's a plague. Many people pretend they're something they're not just for monetary gain. I find that very obnoxious. especially when it then, you know, takes over those spaces that should be for the people who actually care about it. Yeah, I don't think it's a big thing in Switzerland. I'm sure it exists. Probably more in the like Swiss German part of it. They have more nerdy stuff happening over there, like more, you know, like sort of geek nerd niches, conventions and stuff happening in the Swiss German part. I don't think it's much of a thing in the French speaking part. Yeah, I've never. I don't know if it's a big thing around here. I don't think so. I have a friend who's been to multiple fur cons, owns a fursuit head, but isn't a furry. There's fur cons in Germany, so maybe, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I probably wouldn't know, right? Even if it happened, it's just not my place. I don't know. I feel like it's a culture that I'm entirely unfamiliar with. I only know the surface level stuff that, you know, you see on social media and all that, which I'm sure is not very representative of the actual culture. The internet tells me the densest population of furries are in Moscow. Feels like a rabbit hole. Okay, I would have not guessed that. You could have given me 100 guesses, I would not have guessed that. Yeah, like that's you know, outside jokes aside, it feels like the government over there is not too kind to sort of, I don't know what the best way to phrase it is. Outsiders' lifestyles. But I don't know. Maybe that's why they group together, you know? But yeah, I never thought about the elephant being potentially like a signal for that kind of stuff. It never occurred to me. Anyway, weird, again, going back to the game, weird line to draw, adding a tail. Some genetic enhancement is provided for free to Alliance military recruits, but the average citizen must pay the privilege. The process can take years to reach fruition in an adult. Engineering. Artificial hybridization of genes from compatible non-human species with human genetic code is illegal. Creation of designed life is broadly legal and mainly used for terraforming and medical applications. But sentient creatures are heavily regulated, and creation of sapient life is outlawed by both System Alliance and the Citadel Council. That part, I can understand, especially the creating sentient creatures. I agree with that part, that we should probably stay away from. Alright, let's do a hard save. I feel like we're not making too much progress today. How's everyone doing? We happy? We having fun? Oh, I need to go see my little prophet guy over there. I need to see if he has anything new to say. Yes, Liara. What do you have to say about this one?
This statue shows how well the Protheans blended function and form. The mass relays were not only their greatest technological achievement, but also inspiration for beautiful works of art.
Okay. Thanks for the input.
Remarkable. Nature and technology combined in one elegant whole.
You know, art doesn't normally do much for me, but that relay statue, I like.
See, again, I'm telling you, Ashley's opening up to alien art. Give her a couple weeks in our company. She'll be a big fan of aliens. Trust me.
Please do not disturb the keepers.
Okay, Avina. Let's get up here. And then we'll go to the wards real quick, see if there's anything new at Chloe Michel's, Flux and all that.
In remembrance of Eden Prime, we present another profile in courage with serviceman Nirali Bhatia. A devoted wife and talented chef, serviceman Bhatia joined the Alliance military under the Deferred Education Plan. After finishing her service, Bhatia planned to open a restaurant. Instead, she gave her life protecting the colonists of Eden Prime.
What's up, Cryptstick?
For more profiles in courage or to explore opportunities in the military, please visit the Alliance military on the extranet.
Yeah, the relays kind of do look like giant butt plugs, but I mean, I don't know. Now, okay, now everyone's gonna say that everything looks like a butt plug to me, which is another allegation I can't beat, apparently.
Redeploying.
Huddle up.
Oh, jeez. That water came out of nowhere. How do you have Puppin in a 20-year-old game? That's kind of crazy. Oh yeah, Cryptic, I've been loving it. This game has been great. Good generator of conversation, beautiful lore, very nice story, and just like, yeah, no, it's just, it very good to play. There's some jank to it, but that's expected, right? Hey, Gareth. Who was Gareth again?
I really appreciate what you're doing for me. Please let me know as soon as you find any information on my brother.
Of course. He wants us to... Yes, that one. Gareth's brother. His ship may have fallen victim to privateers. Yeah. So many side quests, I'm already losing track of some of them. Oh. I was gonna say, that character looks like she's waiting for me. It's Emily Wong. Nice. Hello, Emily Wong.
Commander Shepard, could I have another word with you?
Of course. What are we investigating today, Emily?
Hello again, Commander. I've got a proposition for you. Since you helped me get information on the crime syndicate, I've gotten a lot more backing from my publishers. I'm investigating traffic controller conditions now, and I wondered if you could help.
That seems like a step down from investigating corruption on the Citadel. Traffic controller conditions.
That seems like a step down from wide-scale corruption.
Actually, in a way, it's more important. This isn't about people getting rich. This is about safety. I've heard rumors that the space traffic controllers are overworked to a dangerous degree. I can't get into the control room, but you could. If you planted a bug inside, I could crack the story.
That is so funny. I love when games do that. We've talked about it in the past, but when a game sort of feels like it reads your mind and gives you exactly, you know, the line of dialogue that you were thinking, it's, that always feels so good. That, to me, is, you know, that's the real sign of good writing right there. More than anything else. That was brilliant. Yeah, okay, overworked traffic controllers, sure. I mean, it could be catastrophic, right? If a big ship was coming into the Citadel and, you know, we get a Breaking Bad kind of scenario, right? That'd be pretty bad. In space, consequences would be multiplied. All right, let's investigate first before we accept to do anything.
If you crack this story, what's likely to happen?
Ideally, there will be calls to improve working conditions by hiring more controllers and upgrading systems.
Sounds
the
good.
council won't pay for improvements voluntarily. This story will provide that pressure.
See, I like Emily Wong. She's fighting the good fight out there. Her methods are, you know, questionable, but she's very much fighting for the greater good, it seems like. I like her. A bit of a rebel.
What will this bug allow you to pick up?
Just audio and video. I'm not trying to tap into the traffic control system if that's what you're worried about. I just need to hear and see them in order to correlate their activity with traffic efficiency.
Importance of story?
Everyone knows space traffic controllers are overworked. How is this news?
There's a difference between overworked and dangerous. Traffic at the Citadel has increased by 300% in the last century, but traffic controller resources haven't kept up.
Mm-hmm.
We already have several last-minute wave-offs per week. Do we have to wait for a full-blown disaster?
She has a very good point.
This bug you want me to plant, could it interfere with traffic signals?
Absolutely not. I made certain that the frequencies it uses won't interfere with anything.
We'll see. I try. No, goodbye. No, I'll try.
I can't promise anything, but I'll see what I can do. Give me the bug.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to do it. In fact, I wish there was...
Excellent. Just place it on a terminal with a good view of the area. Thanks again for your help. In the long run, this story is going to save lives.
I even wish there had been a more emphatic acceptance. I wish I could have told her, like, hell yeah, I'll do it. Sounds great. Love Emily Wong. I think she's fantastic. She might be my favorite side character so far. Yeah. Okay, Cryptstick. Tread lightly with the puns, okay? Emily Wong has approached you again and asked you to help with her next investigation by planting a bug at the Citadel Traffic Control Station. Oh. Right. Surely just a typo? I don't think so. I know Cryptstick's game. That's hard to say. Jesus. Anything we can do up here in the council's room? Can we talk to the council on demand? What is it, Ashley?
Think of all the important decisions the council has made right here. Trillions of lives hanging on their every word and deed. It's awe-inspiring.
It is, Liara, it is.
See how the trees and the fountain naturally blend with the arches of the tower. They have done a masterful job of capturing the aesthetic values of the Protheans.
Okay, it's crazy for me to say that. I think Liara is a little too nerdy for it. It's just a little too nerdy. She needs to chill a little bit, you know?
So, this is where the council passes judgment on all us little folk, huh? Ever get the feeling we're in over our heads, Commander?
Ashley does not like the council. Big surprise. I don't think Ashley likes anyone outside of her sisters. That's the feeling I'm getting right now. You got any lunch money on her? I am not bullying Liara.
I'm waiting to speak with one of the councilor's assistants. Commander, any word on my missing men?
I've got bad news.
They were killed by a thresher maw.
A thresher maw? That's not... My men wouldn't just stumble into a thresher nest. Not the entire unit.
Well, unfortunately, they were set up.
Somebody lured them there with an Alliance distress beacon. Placed it perfectly so they'd land right beside the thresher nest.
Damn it. I had a bad feeling about this ever since my team disappeared. An Alliance beacon used as bait, my unit wiped out, and nobody seems to know anything about it. Commander, I appreciate what you did. Now I need to do my part. The families of those Marines deserve to know why they died.
Okay. Yeah, that seems to be a very common gesture in the Mass Effect universe. They're like, you know, hitting their palm. Shepard did the same thing, I think, when we were talking to the council, right? I can do it. I need to add that to my general, you know, everyday gestures. I'm gonna start doing that every time I want my point to be clear, you know? Baines.
Captain Anderson said you had information on Baines.
Not as much as I'd like to. One of my crews found him, frozen stiff on board a derelict vessel. The missing recon group? The one I sent you to find? They were scouting the system we found Baines' ship in.
I think we've had that line before. It didn't lead to anything, weirdly enough. An unusual gesture, but I was doing it before Mass Effect. Outside of playing rock, paper, scissors? Is that the only way I could think of doing that? Alright, can I help with the families and whatnot?
Anything you need from me?
Not right now, Shepard, but I'll let you know as soon as I find something out.
Okay, so clearly this is not the end of that quest line. If that's even the term here. What's up, Noger? Which one was that? This one. No. This one. Yeah. Gahoku has promised to investigate their deaths further. Okay. There will likely be something else about that in the future. Very cool. Okay. What now? I mean, we do need to go to... I think it's in CSEC, the flight controllers. I do need to hit the wards, though. Might be something there. What's everyone's plans for the weekend? Because I just realized this is my last stream of the week. After today, I'll be back on Sunday.
In entertainment news, Francis Kitt has announced
And
plans
I'm very
to direct
sad.
Hamlet with Elcor cast members.
Yeah, we know about the Hamlet.
The production
Elcor
will open dramatic
presentation.
theater to the Elcor with a Hamlet who uses Elcor body language and pheromones.
I'm actually sad. I want to play more Mass Effect. I need to add streaming days to the week. This game's too good. I don't want to stop playing it. It's been a while since I've been wanting to add streaming days. Because the game's so good that I can't stop playing it. But I need to be respectful of my schedule. Like, my schedule's there for a reason. It's to avoid, you know, exhaustion, burning out and all that. So I need to stick to it. Oh, that's unfortunate, Noger. Visiting my mom for the weekend. I'm gonna do a big barbecue Saturday. Oh, hell yeah. I love that. Public holiday on Monday. And Sunday, I'm invited to a birthday with friends. Yeah.
Celebrations are being planned for the anniversary of the end of the Rachni Wars. Many Council worlds, particularly Asari and Solarian colonies, will hold victory parades to commemorate the defeat of the invading Rachni. In a rare admission of debt, several Asari colonies have invited Krogans to be honored for the victories the uplifted Krogans made possible.
What are my plans? Just playing a bunch of games, probably, really. Nothing too exciting. Maybe I'll order some food tomorrow, I'm not sure yet. Maybe not, actually.
What do you say we head down to Cora's den after shift?
Sounds good. Some of the others are going for Novio's farewell thing.
Damn, I forgot that was today. Where's he going again?
Novaria. Apparently, they've got a huge demand for corporate security.
Uh-oh.
Novaria? Isn't that the frozen planet?
Yeah, I wouldn't go, but I guess the pay's pretty good.
Huh.
I would love to live on a frozen planet. Well, I mean, probably not, actually, but I like the cold. Novilo's going to Novaria. I wonder if we'll meet a character named Novilo there. That'd be funny if you know, that's something that actually pays off later.
Everyone here seems so busy, so rushed. I wonder if they are happy.
A very deep question, Liara.
You think it's expensive to live here?
Probably, yes. So yeah, back to what I was saying. Maybe order some food. Or maybe I'll take the time to cook up something. I'm not sure. And then yeah, probably play some Tarkov, play some Marathon. Maybe I'll play more Fortnite. Maybe I'll play some Warzone. I don't know. I've been really playing a variety of games lately, so.
So, Liara, you've spent 50 years studying Prothean ruins and artifacts.
Our travels now are somewhat different from my normal excavations. I would prefer lengthier studies and fewer explosions.
I think you've spoken for scientists everywhere, Liara.
Oh, see? They're starting to get along? Love that for them? Oh, yeah. I'm just like, I feel like I'm on eggshells every time Ashley is involved. I'm thinking of watching a movie, maybe. I really need to start watching The Expanse. Eventually. So many freaking shows that I need to finish first. I don't know. I do really want to start watching The Expanse, though. I do want to watch... I've been wanting to watch Green Book. Thought about that movie the other day and I was like, you know what? I've never watched Green Book. It's one of the only Best Picture winners I haven't watched in recent years, I think. Yeah. Love to actually get into it maybe this weekend. How's the game going so far? Welcome back, Mr. Pookums. It's going well. It's going well. How's work going for you? The Expanse and Foundation are amazing sci-fi shows. Yeah, The Expanse seems... I have to... one of the sci-fi shows that I want to rewatch is Tales from the Loop. I really enjoyed that aesthetic before the show was even made. Like, I loved the Simon Stallenhag stuff, and then I thought the show was really good. I feel like it's a very underrated show. Very slow, which is probably why a lot of people aren't big fans. But in terms of like character studies with super interesting sci-fi concepts, hard to beat. What is it? Tales from the Loop is... It's based on... There's a Swedish artist called Simon Stallenhag who makes this super cool digital paintings of... It's a sort of sci-fi futuristic world that feels like nostalgic 90s. It's very strange. It's a very strange aesthetic, but I love it. Sort of has a sort of minimalistic sci-fi whole thing. And initially they were just art books with some writing for like the lore of his world and all that. And eventually it got big, it blew up on the internet. And yeah, Amazon made a show about it 2 years back. Tales from the Loop. And it's an anthology show, so like every episode is a different little story, even though there's like a sort of an overarching thing. which is about the lives of people in a little town where there's like a huge underground lab that studies something called the loop, which is, you know, I don't want to spoil anything, but it's a thing that makes impossible things suddenly possible. All kinds of different stuff. But yeah, it's a very subtle, super interesting sci-fi type of show. Very slow, very character-driven. The music is amazing. Love it. Well, I understand Atherma, but it's nothing like Stranger Things. Going almost done, only have 45 minutes left. Hell yeah. Good luck with those last 45 minutes. Me too. I have 45 minutes of work left. But I don't know. Work is pretty cool right now. I'm enjoying this game. Finch. We've met Finch before? I feel like you... I have doubts now. Let's talk to him.
They told me it was you, but I didn't believe it. Shepard grew up and turned into a soldier.
Oh no, we don't. No, it was Fist. It was the Coruscant. Fist was Coruscant's leader, or you know, owner. Finch, we've not heard of him. Shepard grew up and turned into a soldier. Someone from our childhood? Question mark? I'm sorry, you are?
Have we met?
Name's Finch. You probably don't remember me, but we ran together in the 10th Street Reds. Maybe you don't remember it yourself, running in a gang. None of the vids mention it when they're talking about you.
Oh yeah, that's true. I was a little bit in shady stuff when I was on Earth, right? Yeah. I was a little bit of a street rat or something. I'm not ashamed that like shady stuff, yes. I'm not ashamed. Yeah, I'm not ashamed, you know.
My history is a matter of public record. I've got nothing to hide.
Really? What if someone gave an interview talking about Commander Shepard's history in the gangs? We're not trying to cause you trouble, Shepard. We just want a favor, for old time's sake.
Is that guy trying to blackmail me?
One of the Reds, Kurt Wiseman, got picked up by Turians. We'd like you to talk to the Turian guard in the bar and get Kurt out.
I wish there was a version of that conversation where I can be like, "Are you trying to blackmail me?" and just pull my gun out slowly. You want to see old school Shepard? Yeah. Typical core. I don't judge. You know. Listen, we all have our life experiences. Just like Shepard, when I was a youngster, you know, I was a bit of a troublemaker. No, I wasn't that bad, I don't think. Well, I don't know. Not a conversation for stream, probably. Yeah. Yeah, listen, I did my fair share of dastardly evil deeds. Why did Kurt Wiseman picked up by the Turian? I'm assuming when he says by the Turians, he means C-Sec. Which... I'm not sure if that's what he implied, but I think that's the implication. Gotta save that for the Daniel Man After Dark stream. Speaking of which, I've been... I don't know, it's something... I'm not sure I'm gonna get to that point, but... Lately I've been thinking about creating another channel. During which I would play without a camera. just with the mic, and probably, you know, like the multiplayer stuff that I've been playing. Like just a channel where I'm just basically streaming whatever multiplayer nonsense I'm getting into. I've been thinking of doing that maybe. I don't know if anyone would watch it, but it's been on my mind. But sometimes I'm like, I'm playing all those multiplayer games and it's pretty fun. It would be cool to share it, you know. But Daniel PNG, oh yeah, I could go full VTuber. Have like a model of myself with a big stash, like a caricature of myself with a big stash, you know. Have a whole animated avatar and whatnot. See, this is already taking much more of a scope than what I was thinking of. Yeah, I don't know. It's been on my mind because I'm like, I don't know, when I'm playing those games, I kind of feel like I almost regret that I'm not sharing it because there's so many cool moments, you know. But yeah, that's why I'm a little bit unsure, Ankthar. I guess the idea is that it would be a channel without schedule or anything, right? And I would just, whenever I feel like it, I would do it. But also then I'm thinking, you know, because initially I was like, I was thinking of doing something like that on Discord, you know, to give a benefit to like subscribers and all that. And but then my experience with the few times I tried is that Discord is just not a great platform to do that. It just doesn't work very well. It's not convenient. It requires you to, you know, like join, like connect to the channel. And as an audience, it's not very fun. And as the broadcaster, it's very limiting. So I'm just, I don't think it's working, you know, in a way that I enjoy. So yeah. I don't know. Something I'm gonna keep thinking about, I guess, for a little bit before doing anything about it. Anyway, why was Kurt arrested?
What was this guy arrested for?
Some stupid minor offense. Maybe he had a little red sand. You know how the Turians are. They declared him a problem, and they're shipping him back for a trial.
Maybe he had a little bit of drugs, huh?
You're not asking me to break Wiseman out of jail, are you?
Of course not. But word has it you've got some pull with the aliens. All we're asking you to do is pull a little for us.
What was one of the 10th Street Reds doing in Turian space?
Since your days, the Reds have expanded. We do some salvage, a little shipping here and there, that kind of thing.
No deal, no promises, no problem. I'm gonna go with no promises. I'm not against the idea of looking into it, but I don't know if no deal, because he kind of threatened me, right? Like, I don't know. No promises.
I'll talk to the Turian and see what I can do.
Thanks, Shepard. I knew you'd remember your old friends. The guard's over in Cora's den. Take care of this, and you'll never see me again.
Okay. What a shame. A man named Finch from the gang you joined in your youth has asked you to speak to a Turian guard about getting a fellow gang member freed. The guard is down in Cora's den. Go talk to the Turian guard at Cora's den in the lower wards.
The homeworld and capital of humanity is entering a new golden age.
Earth, nice.
The resource wealth of a dozen settled colonies and 100 industrial outposts flows back to Earth, fueling great works of industry, commerce, and art. The great cities are greening, as arcology, skyscrapers, and telecommuting allow more efficient use of land. Earth is still divided among nation-states, though all are affiliated beneath the overarching banner of the Systems Alliance.
Okay.
While every human enjoys a longer and better life than ever, the gap between rich and poor widens daily.
Big surprise.
Advanced nations have eliminated most genetic disease and pollution. Less fortunate regions have not progressed beyond 20th century technology and are often smog-choked, overpopulated slums. Sea levels have risen 2 meters in the last 200 years, and violent weather is common due to environmental damage inflicted during the late 21st century. The past few decades, however, have seen significant improvement due to recent technological advances.
Sounds about right. That sounds about right. It even feels like in some of those aspects we are going much faster than the game predicted. Huh? Alright, let's go talk to the Turian and see what we can do. Every time I try to do one thing, 5 more things come up. I'm in high demand. Everyone wants help from Spectre Shepherd. Ladies. What is it, Ashley? Please, Ashley, don't say anything rude. No, I want to talk to Ashley. Wait, I can't? Okay, Liara then.
We Asari are more accepting of our sexuality than most other species. Some club owners like to exploit this by hiring us as dancers.
Kinda sucks.
I am not used to this kind of environment. Too much time working by myself, I suppose.
What about you, Ashley? Nothing to say? It's so weird that I can't talk to her, even though she went, huh.
On me.
Yeah, so Liara's prompt is literally getting stuck and hers doesn't say anything. Hold on, I'm gonna try something. I wonder if it's a bug. Because she said, huh. So she has something to say. Let me load. Let me reload the game just to make sure. There we go. See, it was a bug.
A million light years from where humanity began, and we walk into a bar filled with men drooling over half-naked women shaking their asses on a stage. I can't decide if that's funny or sad.
See, on that front, nothing I can fault Ashley for. For once, she's pretty on point.
A lot of traffic here. How fast do you think those cars are going?
Speaking of which, I could sit down for a dance. Turian Guard, is that the guy we need to speak to? I think so. Yep. Arkin's still there. Do we have more things to talk about now?
Go away.
Nope.
Let me drink your piece.
Alright, let's see.
Can I help you?
I've got a warning. I want a human released. Cut Kurt Wiseman loose. I want a human released.
You've got a prisoner named Kurt Wiseman. I'd like that prisoner freed.
I'd like a lot of things human. Desire forms the foundations of organized society.
That's an answer.
That said, the xenophobe will remain in Turian custody.
Uh-oh.
This is not negotiable.
Xenophobe? Okay, I wasn't given the whole information, it seems. What do you mean, xenophobe?
Why are you calling him a xenophobe?
The human acknowledged his affiliation with several anti-alien organizations. His crime specifically targeted Turians as a species. It was a hate crime and will be treated as such at his sentencing.
Okay. What was the crime?
What crime did Wiseman commit?
He attempted to poison medical cargo being sent to a Turian colony to treat an outbreak of a dangerous disease. If he'd succeeded, millions would have died. This human is a dangerous xenophobe.
Okay, that is very different than what I was presented.
What sentence is Wiseman likely to receive?
Considering that he attempted to commit a xenophobic hate crime, I would expect him to receive a lifetime imprisonment.
So, here's an interesting thing now. I am not sure what I need your help is gonna do, right? Is it a situation of like, someone's trying to blackmail me? Can you know, can we maybe find a way to deal with that? Or is it like, oh, I need your help. Can you release that prisoner for me anyway? Because, you know, because that, I don't want that, right? I definitely don't want that. That's, again, one of the situations where I'm like, I really wish we could know exactly what the sentence is going to be, right? And here's the thing, I freaking hate safe scumming. So I can't be like, you know, I would have to be like, okay, I'm gonna try and see if it's if it's the answer I'm expecting, and if it's not, I'll just reload. I hate that. I hate safe scumming. It makes me feel awful. But in a scenario like this, I'm like, you know, the fact that I don't know what the line is going to be is very upsetting. Because otherwise I'm just gonna say this changes things, right? Yeah, Ashley is biting her tongue right now. Yeah, no, I think so too. Jokes aside, I don't think Ashley would go that far. I think Ashley, you know, I don't think she actively thinks we need to attack other species. She doesn't necessarily believe we should ally with them and help them, which is questionable, right? But I don't think she wants to, like, she doesn't have like genocidal tendencies or anything, at least from what I've seen so far. Which, you know, there's degrees to the range of prejudice. No, unfortunately, Friar chat is not allowed to help me. One of the limitations of the video game. It would be weird if a Paragon option involved freeing a genocidal maniac. One of the things Dragon Age Origins and KOTOR does right, you have the full out of dialogue. Yeah. Yeah, that's really something that I'm missing here, I will admit. Okay, okay. I think I'm willing to use this as sort of a scientific experiment. And try to go for the Paragon answer there, with the assumption that it's not about releasing the guy, but more about, okay, this guy is trying to blackmail me, I need help with that. You know, kind of hoping that this would be turning against Finch sort of kind of scenario, right? And if it doesn't end up being that, I might allow myself, exceptionally allow myself reloading. Because basically the game, you know, sort of fooled me into a wrong answer. And then go with this changes things, right? I think I'm willing to use that as a sort of experiment. And if it turns out to be the way I expected, then I'm gonna be more trustful of the game going forward. In terms of like, oh yeah, Paragon means probably like something that's at least somewhat noble. And if it doesn't turn out to be that, then I'll be more careful going forward. I think this could be a good point of experiment. Let's see.
As a Spectre on an important mission, I'd like you to cut him loose.
No, see?
Are you suggesting that you are using him as bait to entrap more powerful criminals?
Oh, okay. Never mind. Scratch anything I was gonna say. That's actually, that could, if that's actually the intention, that's pretty clever. What I'm hoping is that I'm not lying to the guy. Right? Because if I'm lying to the guy, then that's, you know. Let's see where it goes. Let's go to the end of the line and make the decision after that.
Trust me on this. Letting Wiseman go will solve a lot of problems in the long run.
In that case, I shall go now. The criminal will be released in a few hours. Good luck with your mission. I look forward to hearing the results.
Yeah, it really... Okay, that gave me +9 Renegade, by the way. Okay, that might not have been... Maybe this is not what I expected it to be then. Hold on. Yeah, no, that's it. You convince the Turian to free his prisoner. Finch and the old gang shouldn't be a problem for you any longer. See, that is basically what it implies, is that I lied to the guy for him to free the prisoner, which is definitely not the angle I was gonna, you know, that feels more like that feels more like a renegade thing. Yeah. Yeah, that's unfortunate. It would have been nice if, and maybe, I don't know, maybe there's a subsequent quest line down the line. But yeah, that's definitely, I'm gonna say what I did, and I'm gonna reload. This was definitely not the angle that I was expecting from that, so I'm gonna have to be more careful in the future. Yeah, no, the blue dialogue typically is unlocked with charm, right? Which I guess charm in itself doesn't necessarily mean good, right? You can charm for negative things, but it is linked to Paragon levels, so there's that implication sort of in the game, right? Okay, but that's good to know. So this means that it's an extra option, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's a good moral or noble direction. So that served the purpose that I wanted.
Can I help you?
Which is, I wanted, that was sort of my experiment to see how that system works. Now I know I'm not gonna be safe scumming, in the future. That was a one-time exception for the sake of
You've got a prisoner named
understanding
Kurt
how
Wise.
that system
I'd like
works.
a lot of things. That said, the xenophobe will remain in Turian custody.
What sentence is Wise?
Considering that he attempted to commit...
Why are you calling?
So we're just gonna go
His
through that
crime
again.
Specifically.
What crime?
If he'd succeeded, millions would have died. This human is a dangerous xenophobe.
And I'm gonna go with this changes things.
Thanks for the information. One of Wiseman's friends was less than honest with me.
I understand. Weissman was too well supplied to be acting alone. Thank you for the information. We'll increase the guard in his cell.
I knew you'd rat us out, Shepard. Now it's payback time. When we're through telling our story, the aliens will all know what the first human Spectre really is.
This won't help you investigate, so what? You can't do this, this is pointless. Shoot him. Oh, that is so wonderful. But yeah, it's good to know that blue doesn't necessarily mean ethical outcome, right? I'm happy that I know that now. Yeah, I'm definitely not. I am not contributing to the liberation of a genocidal xenophobe. Not happening. Nah, nah, nah. Bio known already. Gang not Earth first. Finch's needs.
My bio is public record. Everyone knows that I ran with gangs as a kid.
They don't know that the Reds target aliens specifically. We've got the backers to handle off-world missions. Your alien friends won't like you so much when they hear what your gang did.
Oh shit. We were running with some weird kids when we were young. Not really, DJ. We just know that they get unlocked with your charm and intimidate skills, right? Blue is the charm level and intimidate is the red level. Well, red is the intimidate level. And both unlock, charm unlocks with higher paragon and intimidate unlocks with renegade. Which is why, you know, the assumption was that the blue options could be the positive ones, like trying to do the good thing, but that's not how the game works. The way you get the skill doesn't mean that using charm is for a good thing or using intimidate is for a bad thing. So there's probably times where using the red option could lead to a ethically, morally positive outcome, and the blue one, like we just saw, could lead to a morally negative outcome. So that's interesting. I think it adds a little more nuance, right? I like that. And that was the whole point of me in this case. Just trying to gather information and allowing myself to reload for once. Gang, not Earth first.
The 10th Street Reds was a gang, not an Earth first movement.
They're a human movement now. You think the vids will make that distinction? I can find a dozen Reds who'll swear they saw you kill aliens for fun. Who's going to believe you then?
So when I was a kid, it was not like that, right? That's a recent change in the Reds alignment.
What do you want, Finch? What gets you out of my life?
What do I want? I want aliens off of Earth. I want the Council to stay out of humanity's business.
You know, that shoot him option is it's looking better and better every day. Every second, in fact. I mean, shooting him would solve a lot of things. I just don't know if it's a good thing that an entire bar full of people sees me shoot a guy in public. I don't think that's gonna reflect too well on humanity and the Spectre, and you know, like human Spectre causing trouble in the Citadel is not a very good headline for our current situation. I think we need to be a little careful. I think. What would Ashley do? Ask for the coordinates of their nearest chapter? I think I'm gonna go with this won't help you. I'm gonna make him understand that what he's doing right now is nonsense. I'm gonna use my charisma.
If you want humanity to be strong, a smear attack on the first human Spectre is a bad idea.
That's true.
The Spectre is right. This is humanity's chance to prove itself. There's even talk of earning a council seat.
Of course you'd side with Shepard. You want someone who's in bed with your kind.
I'm not in bed with anyone! Much to my chagrin. In fact, I'm working with you. You're wrong. I'm not in bed with anyone.
I'm trying to make humanity strong, Finch. Are you going to stand in my way?
Fine, Shepard, you're right. You're not one of the Reds. Maybe you never were.
That sounded a little more...
That man is a xenophobe who thinks he can blackmail a Spectre. You should have killed him.
Well, I was okay. Honestly, I was very close to pulling the trigger. I was pretty close to the shoot him option. I considered it. I very much considered it. I think my last, you know, like I'm trying to make humanity strong was a little bit, you know, a little bit too much, you know, a little too strong on the, you know, human first vibe kind of thing. But we can headcanon that in the sense that I was just trying to posture for the guy to leave me alone, right? And I mean, you know, there's nothing wrong in wanting to make humanity strong. It doesn't have to come at the detriment of other species, I think. In fact, that's probably, you know, it was just like the very much like the aggression in the way I said it made it feel a little too strong to my taste. But on a fundamental level, I think it's fine. You want your species to be well represented and strong in the galaxy, and have the same rights as the others. I think that's fair. You should have killed him. He's not worth my time. I won't do that. No, I shouldn't have. I won't do that.
That's not the way I work.
Yeah.
Goodbye, human. It'll be interesting to see what kind of Spectre you turn out to be.
Yeah, I'm not about to start murdering people senselessly. That is not the way we work on my ship.
A million light years from where humanity...
That was 10 Paragon points. That was quite a bit. So I'm assuming every 2 levels is when we unlock one of those little things. This, and then there's like 3 more. 1, 2. Okay, interesting. Trying to get the sense of like the potential for progression there. Oh, maybe it increases later. Maybe it's like 2, 3, 4, 5 or something. I don't know. Could be that too. Because getting there earlier when we had the little experiment gave us another point. I saw that. Okay. Interesting. After refusing to help free the prisoner, you convinced Finch that smearing the name of the first human Spectre wouldn't help the Terra Firma movement. Finch and the old gang shouldn't bother you any longer. The Terra Firma is the name of their gang. Okay. It's a name right there.
And we walk into a bar filled with men drilling over half-naked women, shaking their asses on a stage. We can't decide if that's...
I let Ashley still yapping, even though I'm moving away. Okay, we're done with that. What's next? This game has so much content. It's kind of impressive.
Yes, human. You need something, yes?
What do you know about Baines?
I have never met him, human. I only worked with the one who spoke with the doctor.
Okay.
Let me see what you have.
Oh, you will be pleased, I think. Very good things I have. You will see.
Ooh. Standard items? I still want to find those, unique item. Medigel upgrade. Oh, that's pretty cheap. Well, not cheap, but affordable. Yeah, we'll do that. Grenade upgrades? Sure. I still haven't seen those
yes, you need something,
upgrades that Asari told us
you
about.
Will be pleased, I think.
Yeah, I don't even remember what the name was. I will recognize the name when I see it, but maybe it's on our ship? Requisition on the ship? I don't know.
Hey, Commander Shepard, it's me, Conrad Werner. Remember me?
Is that... Hold on. Yep, that's the... Oh god, that's the fan. What does he want this time?
There are rumors on the extranet that you've been made the first human Spectre. That's incredible.
Oh, it's you. Get lost. I'll do my best, Conrad. I'll do my best.
Being a Spectre is a big responsibility. I just want to make humanity proud.
The vids are all talking about Commander Shepard fighting for all of us back home. And they also say that you don't take crap from anybody.
Hell yeah.
You're showing them what humans can do. Hey, can I get your picture?
Sure, I suppose.
I don't have a problem with it, but why?
You're a hero, Shepard. Decades from now, humanity's going to remember you, and I'll have your picture. Just hold up your gun. Perfect.
Okay, hold on.
Thanks again, Commander. I'm gonna hang this in my living room. My wife will love it.
I'm sure she will. I'm sure she will. Conrad's gonna wonder why his wife was so excitable on that particular evening.
You can keep
the stash, man. It's gonna, you know, Conrad's gonna start to grow a big, thick stash. You'll see. Maybe the wife sent him to begin with. I hope I get to meet Conrad's wife one day. For no particular reason, just, you know, I want to see who lives with that guy every day. She will hang in on the bedroom ceiling. You've been approached by Conrad Werner. He seems like a harmless fan. It would be so funny if Conrad turned out to be like a fucking spy for someone, and everything he's doing is just getting information on me, and you know, that would be so funny. It ends up being the plot twist.
Welcome back, EarthClan. Will you be needing supplies for your return to the colonies?
I don't know if I've seen those.
What can you tell me about Noveria?
The corporate capital of the Attican Traverse. Very cold. Very snowy. I don't get too many clients from there. They all have their own private
I feel like we've been over
suppliers.
this, but it's good to have a refresher.
I'd like to know more about Pharos.
It's an old Prothean world. Their buildings still litter the surface.
Oh, that's where we're going next, Pharos.
The humans
I'm excited.
aren't the first to colonize it, but they are the most recent.
Yeah.
I just realized
I remember
haven't
that.
heard from my contact on that planet.
Yeah,
for
that made
some
me
time.
suspicious. So obviously we know there was a Geth attack, right?
Ah, well, I'm sure he's fine.
No, probably not.
Show me what you've got.
Most excellent. I am sure you will find something pleasing.
We were supposed to go to Pharos today. Yeah, I mean, you know. Listen, I was not expecting. Frankly, I'm 100% honest there. I was not expecting the Citadel to have so many new things and side quests. There were so many of them the first time we were here. It kind of blows my mind how many new things we were just given after leaving for just one small mission. It's pretty impressive. Increase the maximum number of grenades carried by 1. Sure. It's pretty expensive, but I do like having more grenades in Medigel. I think it's worth the expense. Anything that's like an upgrade, team-wide upgrade, is probably good.
I am not used to this kind of environment.
This isn't a proof of purchase.
It's a bank statement. It shows that I bought something from you when I bought it.
Well, thank you for buying from me, but this still doesn't prove that you purchased that item from my store.
Yeah, we've seen that before. It didn't lead to anything.
Best place on this ward to buy upgrades.
Yeah. Let's go see Chloe Michelle. What has Chloe Michelle been up to? Oh, that I'm interested in. Oh god. Wrong button. Anyone has anything new to say? No? Oh, look at those two there. So romantic. Beautiful. Ain't love grand? Let's see. Mrs. Michelle, good to see you.
Yes, Commander. Is there something I can do for you?
You're a doctor. How did
No,
you
it's
end up?
just a regular conversation.
I chose to keep the medical
Let me
check-
take a look
of
at
course.
What does she have for sale? Dude, the medical exoskeleton sounds so great. Like, those bonuses are insane, but the price is... yeah. Nothing good there. But yeah, Megan Fox, you will learn that this is a pretty common thing around here. Things rarely go as planned on this channel, and detours are just another step of the journey. Whatever I'm planning to do on any specific day, you can expect it to happen a couple streams later. Though in this case, I feel to no fault of my own, really. The game's just showering me with stuff.
Commander, thanks again for all your help.
Yeah, of course. What does Liara have to say about this?
Why is the music in these places always so loud? It almost seems as if the people here want an excuse not to talk to each other.
That's exactly it. That is, you nailed it, Liara. You understand people better than you think you do. That is exactly it.
How could anyone live here? There are just so many people.
If we weren't on duty, I'd have to show you some of my dance moves. Sir.
Hold on. I want to see that, Ashley.
You think it's expensive to live here?
Let's see those moves, Ashley. Come on. Come on, Ashley. Show me your moves. Let's go! That actually worked! Can we dance with Liara? Oh, my. Okay, hold on. No, hold on. I need to come back here with every single character. I need to come here with every single character. I want to see, oh my god, I want to see Rex's moves. I was so taken aback, I barely looked at what Ashley was doing. Yeah, Ashley, I think you, oh, well, okay, no, okay. Ashley's okay. Ashley's doing better than I thought at first. Like, the first few couple seconds were a little iffy, but then it got pretty good.
I'm waiting for someone else.
Hey there, welcome to Flex.
Yeah, thank you. Alright, one round of Quasar. Just one. We're not gonna let this become a whole thing. Just one little round. I'm gonna go 1-8 on the off chance of getting 13. 10. Okay. Okay, 10's gonna be 1-8. And now 4-7 has a pretty good chance of landing something good. There you go. Plus 100. That's good for me. That's good for me. Yeah, plus 100 cred. Easy. Nice. You know?
Hey, good to see another human.
No big deal. Pays for the drinks. Yeah, I'm gonna have to come back here with everyone else. I need to see Rex on the dance floor. And Tali. I am fascinated with the idea of seeing those nerds dance now. Let's go see Sec. Mr. Lang, anything new?
Hey, Commander Shepard. Good to see you again. Anything you need?
Nope, nothing.
I have to go.
Right. You're probably real busy. Well, see you around, Commander.
Bye. Come on, run, Shepard. Sprint. I really wish there was an option to increase my stamina.
Is it common for human women to be front-rank fighters, Chief Williams? I know that Solarian women do not serve in the military.
It's becoming more common, but it took a long time to prove that ladies could handle an assault rifle or a shotgun.
Such enforced roles are common in dual-sex societies. I was fortunate not to have to deal with that particular burden.
Interesting. Yeah, lovely little tidbits of conversation there. Very nice. Acquisition officer.
Hello, Commander.
Yep. I need supplies.
Show me what you've got.
I'll open the rare stock for you, Commander. Enjoy.
Yeah, they're getting along. It's nice. The Ariake Technologies licenses. Man, we're spending a lot of money right now. Oof, okay. I still haven't seen anything that pertains to that Asari thing we unlocked. Interesting. I wonder if it's gonna be on the ship, maybe. I will take the Ariake license, though. Why not? There we go. The card I've never asked. Did it occur to you that maybe you never asked because it's not that interesting of a question? Just a name. Like, I don't know how I could give you more details about it without doxing myself or anything. Like, it's just, I don't know, it's just a name. No, it's my line of product. I have a line of yoga mats, the Daniel mats. You can get them for $19.99. That's the thing I should do, by the way. The Daniel mats. That's a product line waiting to happen. Shower mats, yoga mats, bathroom mats, door mats. Honestly, that's actually, now that, you know, jokes aside, I think it's actually a pretty cool idea. Yeah. The Daniel mats.
Hello, Commander.
Yeah. It's just a mat with a gigantic logo of a thick stash in the middle.
Good to see you, Commander.
Good to see you, Shelik. Yeah, gaming mats, right? Play mats, like the for MTG stuff. Is there several choices where I can plant it? Because she was very clear that I needed to put it in an optimal location. Okay, there's no choices. It's just one. Fair enough.
CSEC seems more like a military operation than a police force.
Did you know Citadel Security is the largest multi-species
Alright, let's plant the bug.
in Council space?
Well, that was easy. You can tell they're overworked because nobody noticed random people just came inside their offices, started looking around. Not one of them even batted an eye. That is an accident waiting to happen. Alright, I'm assuming we need to go talk to Emily Wong again. Return to the tower and inform her. Okay. I think we've been all over the place, so we can probably take the short fast travel. We've been all over the place, so I'm pretty sure if there's any side quests, we would have found them. Also, I'm sure we'll be back plenty to the Citadel, so I'm not too worried about missing things. Tower. Oh, we haven't been to the consort. I don't know. Technically, I guess she could have some new information or stuff, maybe. Take a little look before we leave. Emily Wong?
I'm already getting readings. This is gonna make a great story. Thank you so much for your help. Here, this is everything I've got from my publisher's budget.
It's a good cause. You're welcome. This was the last time. No. It's a good cause. Come to me anytime, Emily Wong. I am very happy to help you. You're free to come on the ship even if you want. You can, if you want to do a story about the beautiful Normandy and the private captain quarters. Totally cool. Oh, that's an HR situation waiting to happen right there. There goes the line, yeah. Listen, I like Emily Wong. I think she's pretty awesome. I love the inquisitive mind of a journalist. Investigative journalist. It's a good cause.
It was no problem. Good luck with your story. It deserves to be heard.
Hell yeah.
I appreciate your support. I hope this will save some lives in the long run.
So am
Thanks
I.
again for your help. I'm gonna show this to my publisher.
Hell yeah. Paragon +2, we got some money. Beautiful. I think we've done some good work there. We planted the listening device for Emily Wong. She will now be able to produce her story about overworked space traffic controllers. Yes. Let me guess. Next time we use an elevator, I'm sure we'll hear about that story. But let's go to the consort. See if there's anything new there.
Hello again, Commander.
Hello, Nelina.
Welcome. It is a pleasure to see you.
My pleasure.
You're with the Alliance? My brother.
Yeah, I know. You have a brother on Earth. I don't know him. Oh, this doesn't look like it can be opened. Nope. Okay. Just making sure. I also have a brother on Earth. Yeah, no, Hypofan. I don't. I'm an only child, but I have many brothers on Earth. Let's go to CSEC and take the elevator to... I don't know if you actually can teleport there, but I want to take at least one elevator ride so I can maybe see something.
In a further development in the Eden Prime investigation, the Council has reportedly revoked the Spectre status of one of its operatives. While the unnamed operative has not yet been apprehended,
we've had that
a
one
Council
before.
spokesman confirmed that corrective actions had been taken.
Okay. Hey, that was a nice little trip to the Citadel. Ashley didn't offend anyone, as far as I can tell. Liara got to, you know, see some of the beautiful, beautiful sights of the Citadel. Learned a little bit about, you know, human culture by talking to Ashley. I think this was a productive outing. What would be the military term? There's a term for when you leave the ship and you go on like on land and you do a... I know there's like a specific term in the Navy, I think, for that. I'm blanking. A shore leave, maybe? Is that what I'm thinking of? Getting drunk. No, that's not what I was thinking of. Got a little dancing. No one was getting drunk. The bark? I don't think that's it. I think shore leave sounds right.
Stand by, shore party. Decontamination.
Yeah, I'm talking about like the specific term of, you know, like in space you would say an EVA is when you get
Logged.
outside of the ship.
The commanding officer
Right.
is aboard. Exo Presley stands relieved.
I think there's a like specific term for when you have a party that goes on shore and explores around or whatever. Yeah, shore leave maybe? I don't know. We would need JC to answer that, or even White Wolf probably can. It's up clip turn. Those are military, you know, vets. Shore leave is for sailors, on land for leisure and R&R purposes. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't know if there was like a different term for like a specific... Just technically we're still on the job, right? No. Okay. Well, let's see. It's a blurry, just a mission. Yeah, maybe the term that I was thinking of was shore leave, but in this case it wouldn't really apply because we were kind of on official business, right? It wasn't an R&R type situation, so... Gemini Sigma and Hades Gamma.
Message coming in.
Oh.
Patching it through.
Whoops.
Commander, Ms. Al-Jalani's story on you just aired.
Uh-oh.
She shouldn't have ambushed you like that, but you handled it pretty well.
Okay, hold on. Is this Lance Henriksen? It sounds like Lance Henriksen. It is? Dude. The first time we had a message from whoever that is, don't tell me, because I don't think they've announced their name yet. I'm sure it's like an important member of the Alliance or something. I was like, that voice sounded familiar, but it didn't sort of click. This time it did. There was one word that he says, I was like, oh shit, that sounds like Lance Henriksen. Awesome. He's in so many video games, that guy. What a lad. What a career. All the nerds love him. I did the best I could. I didn't listen. Unlike her. I did the best I could.
We had differences of opinion, sir. I hope she at least believed my sincerity.
You handled yourself pretty well, Commander. She came across like a raving idiot. Just wanted to let you know what the response was back home. I won't keep you any longer. Fifth Fleet out.
Hell yeah. Fifth Fleet. Which is, again, the fleet we were associated with, right? Before we were made a Spectre. Alright, so I think the plan is to go to Pharos, but I think I wanted to stop to Argos Row on the way there. Or we could take like a wide angle, go through the... I mean, we're kind of avoiding the center, which makes sense. Yeah, I think we want to go to Argos Row. I think that was the plan, because we have a bunch of mission there. And then Gemini Sigma, we have something to do. Hades Gamma. We'll see. I think the first step's gonna be Argos Row. What's on Hawking Eta? Let me check that. Man, I almost want to start doing my own notes for the missions. Make my own journal. To have them be organized and I don't have to go there every time to click and see where the locations are. Because that's kind of annoying. Like, you know, ordering things by locations, I think could be a pretty good idea. Unusual readings in Argos Row. Hawking Eta was a strange... Oh, the biotic commune. Ooh, that's something I'm interested in. I like learning more about the biotics. That's in the Horsehead Nebula. Those are collectibles. Celion is in the Kepler Verge. That's all the way up right of the map, I think. And this is in Argos Row. Okay. Okay. I think we're gonna go to Argos Row. And we're gonna start with the Hydra system. Because that's where the unusual readings were. Okay, so Argos Row, Hydra system, and then find Rex armor. And then maybe other side quests, question mark, and then Pharos. We'll have to see. But yeah, Hydra system is where we go, but that, ladies and gentlemen, is a story for another time. We're gonna leave it at the Citadel. We're gonna give the crew some R&R in the Citadel. They can go to Chorus Den, to Flux, go ashore. Everyone can have some fun. While we, you know, do some maintenance on the ship, get some supplies back in there. and then we'll leave for Argos Row in a couple days. That sounds like the plan. All right, everybody. That's gonna be it for me this week. In fact, this is the end of the week for me. Man, I am sad. I really wish I was streaming tomorrow. It's been a while since I've been that engrossed in a video game. But I love a good sci-fi story. I like lore. I like story-based, character-based decisions, conversations with plenty of cool NPCs. What a game! This has been a journey so far. I feel like it's gonna be a long one. I feel like we've barely started scratching the surface, and we're already 2 weeks into this playthrough. So hopefully you guys enjoy it. Hopefully you guys love the pace. It's probably slower than what most of you are used to, but it's the way I do it. Yeah. I'll be back on Sunday, 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, for more adventures of Mass Effect. Yeah, that's about it, really. I don't know what else to say. Thank you, everyone, for joining me on this beautiful trip through space. Thank you all for the conversations. Thank you all for the lurks. Thank you for the resubs, the raids, the support. I appreciate it very, very much. I wish you all a beautiful rest of your day, evening, or night. Have a wonderful weekend, everybody. I will see you on Sunday. And until then, remember me, and I will remember you.